Yes, it is that time. It's time for the Captain's Cast. We are loaded for bear, folks. What do you say we get this thing started? Kick the tires and light the fires. Welcome aboard. It is the Captain's Cast. I am your host, Captain Garrett. Just adjusting, preparing the captain's chair for warp speed. Hi, how are you? I'm Captain Garrett. This is the Swords and Starships channel. This is the Captain's Cast live on a Sunday. How are you? You know, I said on the last stream that we are winning and that we are turning the tide. And you know something? I have the evidence for you. Just going to make sure do a quick audio check. Looking good. And oh boy, you know, Disney is a company that is allergic to making money. They hate it. They hate money. They hate success. And there is a not so little green monster that is just on its way to Tokyo, just stomping woke Hollywood. I have the evidence. I have the receipts. As I said on my last stream, you know, we have lost an awful lot, my dear sailors and star nuts. We have lost Star Trek, Doctor Who, Star Wars, the MCU, Wheel of Time. Not really Lord of the Rings, because we still have Peter Jackson's, but you know what I mean with Rings of Power. Like we've lost so much, but they have paid dearly and they are losing, and I'm going to prove it to you. So we got that coming up on tap. Star Fury is aboard. Hail, Star Fury. Captain Salute. Welcome. Just waiting to get the rest of the cats to come in. Get the cats got to drag them in. Redoubt is over there on Discord. The link for the Discord is in there, and Redoubt had a request of the captain in Discord, and so that shall be fulfilled directly, sir. Shall be fulfilled directly. Did you know? Did you hear Adam Driver? The NPCs have received their update. They have received their update. It is now okay for mainstream shows to gently criticize wokeness. It is which again, that is a sign we are winning, folks. Criticizing wokeness is working. It's working. This is how you take your culture back. You know, I spent 20 years probably of my adult life. How can I put this? No, you do not want to become the thing that you are fighting, right? That's the thing we're worried about. But the problem is, I think those of us who longed for the days of, Gary puts it best on Nerdrotic, common sense. Just common good sense. That's all. Nobody's saying that like you have to have some kind of strict ideology about everything. All we're saying is let's just live and let live. Let's just go back to the days where a hero can be a hero, you know, whatever, right? I can have my nerdy superhero comic over here, and you can have your My Little Pony over there, and we could, you know, occasionally, you know, mingle, but, you know, I have my magic cards and I have my weird Dungeons and Dragons with my half elves and half humans. And over there, you can have all your woke fantasy land. And, you know, Tumblr can be Tumblr. You know, that's all we're asking for, right? But the problem is at some point I should say up until recently, we didn't fight. We were lovers, not fighters. We were lovers, not fighters. We wanted everyone to be happy. And I understand that. You know, but we got to be fighters. We got to be fighters. And we've become fighters because we've had no choice. Like if you want to just play Dungeons and Dragons, if you just want to play Warhammer, well, you better start fighting because one day someone's going to say that's problematic. I don't know. A futuristic world in which it's about exterminating aliens for the Imperium of Man, that's very problematic. So we've woken up to this. We've woken up that we have to fight, and the temptation, now that they're on the ropes, our temptation is to, okay, we made our point. Let's start playing nice now. No. When the culture war is over, and it may not be this generation, but when it is won, the idea will be to nourish our society back to health, right? Where there's push and pull, there's balance, there's common sense, everyone gets their say. But we cannot allow them. We cannot allow them to convince us to quit reiterating our critiques and our criticisms of what's wrong with modern storytelling. So anyway, I'm going to get more into that as we go on, and I'll wax a little dramatic. You know, the captain has been known to do it on this channel once in a while. So Starfury, you honor me. So, you're too kind. You're too kind. Starfury says, I almost started getting the shakes when I thought there wasn't a Swords and Starships Captain's Cast on a Sunday. Well, no, Starfury, of course not. As the captain of the ship, it is my duty to ensure that the ship leaves port on time. And well, it should. And I should say that I meant to get more done, but I didn't have a lot this week, so I was kind of like, I was doing a last minute stack of stuff, and that's my fault. That's my fault as the captain. I should have done better. Sip of coffee. Don't worry, Starfury. We got a barn burner for you today. Not least because you're here, because you in the chat are here. Starfury says the woke patch has been installed, just waiting for the system to restart. Exactly. It's like they got the iPhone update overnight. It's like, oh, you can now gently, ever so softly, ever so gently. Careful, don't touch that wire. Carefully now. You may now criticize just a bit wokeness. And so we will get into that. Adam Driver just ever so softly criticized wokeness on Saturday Night Live, and the audience, you can feel the tension in the audience when he does it too. So we'll show you that clip. 8/11. 8/11. I'm the worst at decoding things. Like I am like, when this channel gets bigger, I'm going to be in deep trouble because they'll be able to troll. I'll just read the, whatever the name is. Like I love watching other YouTubers when they get like a super chat from someone with one of those names that's a total setup, and they're like, okay, what's the trick here? They're trying to read it slowly so they don't say it. I love that shit. Anyway, Fu Man Blue is in the chat. Hail! Another of the founding crew of the Swords and Starships channel. Never has so much been owed to so few. That is what I say to you, my dear chat, my dear sailors and star knots. I'm really digging the Churchill quotes lately. I don't know why. I've been doing a lot of World War II, just kind of, I don't know. I've just been nerding out on it, which is weird because I used to nerd out on other things like War of 1812, Ancient Rome, and I used to get annoyed that the History Channel was all World War II stuff. I was, oh God, it should just be called the World War II. Now I'm the World War II channel. It's really, I don't know why. I don't know why, but all I will say is I kind of think, if you just, there's so many different things in the history of World War II that could have changed the entire course of history. And I'm always thinking about what's that one linchpin that if you just pulled it, the Axis wins. And there's not many, I think, that you could pull where the Axis wins, because for a lot of reasons. However, I think if you take Winston Churchill out of history, I think there's a good chance that the Axis at least gets to keep a lot of its wins if you take Winston Churchill out of history. So I credit him with being the leader, the indispensable man of the 20th century. So Captain salute. Star Fury says, when I play D&D, it is definitely problematic. Exactly. That is how, look, that is how RPG gaming is. You know, it's a Call of Duty lobby, right? It is problematic. And Tom, I'm sure you would agree, Tom Hale. Tom is in the chat. Another founding crew member of the Swords and Starships voyages. These are all the voyages of the Swords and Starships channel. Fu Man Blue with an LOL. I'll take all the lols. I'll just take them all. And then Star Fury says, as the saying goes, shit happened. Dunkirk? Absolutely. What a fascinating what if Dunkirk is. That the miracle at Dunkirk, yes. As Star Fury points out, if we, the British, did not get the army back from Dunkirk, we were effed. And it's a very good chance of that, definitely. That would have been a catastrophic defeat. But there are other kind of odd little things that, like, if, for example, there was like an aerial report of the German thrust through the Ardennes in the initial invasion of Belgium into France. And there was an aerial spotting of German tanks going through the area, and they reported it. And the French and British army, you know, just the leadership was like, that's not possible. They're attacking from this direction. You're mistaken. And it's like, if that report had been believed, you know, we might not have even ever heard the word blitzkrieg because it might have stopped the attack. And there you go. But fascinating what ifs in history. We're in the warm up. I love the warm up section of the stream, you know, where we're just kind of shooting the shit a little bit. But we probably need something. I hope Redoubt is here. I hope you're out there, Redoubt, because I got your message in Discord, and I think let's go with that one first, because I saw this we are live, by the way, on YouTube, Rumble, and X, formerly Twitter. You know, you got to hand it to Elon. That is a bold play, putting just choosing one of 26 available letters in the alphabet and just claiming them for your brand. I got to say, that's kind of impressive. By the way, have you heard? Alex Jones is back, baby. He's back on X. And the meltdown is supreme. Look, you know, I'm kind of with I'm kind of with Heath Ledger's Joker a little bit, like, introduce a little chaos. It's like, you know, whatever is disrupting the plans of our elite tech overlords, I'm in favor of. So whatever's ruining their day is improving mine. So that makes me very happy, regardless of one's opinion. Where is the... See, I'm terrible at Twitter. Like, I don't know how to Twitter, okay? I don't know how to do it. Nerdrotic had this. Hang on, I'm going to find this tweet for you. Almost got it. He had such a good one on this. Come on. Posts. Why they call it posts now, which is really depressing. Give me some good fuel. There it is. I got it. Here we go. All right. Share screen. Present. There it is. Okay. So Redoubt, he's here. Redoubt. I'm not trying to I just don't want you to miss it, Redoubt. That's all. Okay. Redoubt Productions, per your request. And I saw this on Twitter. So Nerdrotic posted this, right? Hat tip Nerdrotic. The doctor gave birth to another doctor with no pants on out of his penis. This picture. What is this? What is happening? Oh my God, you Whovians. So I don't actually know what the backstory of this is at all, because I haven't watched the episode. I hear Neil Patrick. I'll tell you this much, Redoubt. I hear Neil Patrick Harris was good from Whovian. However, I've also seen kind of like clips and promotional images of Neil Patrick Harris as the toy maker, this villain in the episode. I know nothing about this character. I know very, very little about Doctor Who, just kind of what I hear from you and others who follow Doctor Who. I'm going to tell you right now, like, that is the character that could bring me in, because I find him super intriguing. I love NPH's kind of presentation of this character. I love these types of villains, by the way. He's kind of like Q in Star Trek a little bit. He's this kind of almost omnipotent being, if I understand it correctly, who can kind of travel realities and mess with things as he pleases. I find that really cool and find that really interesting. And then I see this and I'm like, what? I'm going to tell you, I said this on the last stream, okay? This obsession that the wokies, the left, just the radical LBGT militant crowd, just that whole cadre, this obsession that they have with parts, like genitalia. Their obsession with your parts but it's not that it's just an obsession like a sexual. It's not a sexual obsession. That's what's we're going places on this stream. It is a clinical obsession. It is literally, because you have Barbie at the end of the Barbie movie is celebrating her womanhood by getting a exam. Oh, why would you? Look, I hate going to the doctor, especially for things involving the parts, So like, I don't want to, like, I would never in my life ever celebrate my maleness by saying I'm going to go, for the prostate exam. So it's like their obsession with this stuff it is so bizarre. And what's so bizarre is when you listen to them defend it, like Russell T Davies, and there is a story. Maybe I should grab this headline. There's the Doctor Who casting director is defending the choice of race swapping. I shit you not, folks. Race swapping Sir Isaac Newton. and I was reading the kind of like defense of this, and I'm like, these people are delusional. Like, it's not even that they're ideologues or activists. I mean, it's that too. But like, they don't understand how insane they look to normal people. Like, to normal people, the way they obsess over these things, it's like far apart from like debating them on the merits of their ideas. It's like, do you realize listening to you, it gives me the same feeling. These weirdos gives me the same feeling as listening to someone with dementia. And I have listened to people talk with dementia. It's like, that's the feeling I get. It's like, what the fuck is this? Like, what in the blue F word is this? So Redoubt, why doesn't he have pants? I just noticed this. I know that Gary says no pants, but I honestly couldn't see it because the resolution of the image. Why does he have no pants? Of course, I could watch the episode and maybe there's like some kind of context I'm missing here, but I don't know. It ain't looking good. It ain't looking good. Okay. Redoubt says it's honest. It's God, I cannot speak right now. It's honestly funnier if you have no context. Well, I don't. and also, like, what context justifies this? I mean, if Doctor Who is a comedy, then that's different. Like, if this is a clip from The Office, it's like, okay, well, maybe now I can kind of guess where they're going with this. But I was watching because I just had to take a sip, and that just reminded me of I was watching the Mueller channel, where Mahler and the boys were reacting to these really cringe YouTubers who have just the worst review. I'm pretty hard on myself. Like, I'm like, oh, that wasn't a good stream, or Captain wasn't at his best today. I felt so much better about myself. Maybe I'll pull it up later, because there is this YouTuber who reviewed The Last Jedi, and I got to tell you, and they're reacting to it, right? It was hilarious. The guy's reaction to Last Jedi was so... I've never really seen any of the Star Wars, really. I don't really know anything about them, so I'm going to review The Last Jedi. And then he swerves into talking about The Force Awakens and Han Solo's death, and Mahler and the boys are like, are you going to review Last Jedi now? And then anyway. But one of them on the stream was eating popcorn. And so what do you hear over the very high resolution sound? What you're hearing is... It's like, oh God, why would you do that to your audience? That's so gross. I would never want to do that. And I was getting mad. I was getting really pissed. I was like, dude, mute your microphone if you're going to freaking eat on the stream. It's just bad etiquette, okay? It wasn't Mahler doing it, so but I forget who it was. But Fu Man Blue, the penis born. No, Ma, we have just created a new fantasy race, by the way. The penis born only get born with a shirt and high tops, and that is well known in the lore. Fu Man Blue says, a little too on the nose, Star Fury. What? Wait. Oh, did I miss that? Guys are going fast now. Oh, yes. Redoubt also said, let's just say the giggle has compelled, that would be the Doctor Who episode, the most recent, has compelled me to write a little editorial about mainstream storytelling's fear of finality. Interesting. Let me know how that's going, Redoubt. As soon as that drops, I'll check it out because I'm very interested in that premise because I actually really agree with you. And I don't know if you're kind of thinking along the same lines, but what I've talked about on the stream before is a kind of impotence that creatives like Rian Johnson and I would say, honestly, current Dave Filoni and others seem to exhibit lately, which is, and I call it like mental impotence. Like they're not able to portray a character, just leaving aside the culture war element of it. Like they don't want to have a hero that is effective. And one of the best examples I've ever seen of this, by the way, is Ezra refusing his lightsaber. It apart from the phallic metaphor of it, just leaving that aside, the fact that literally this character is not willing to accept his own weapon back and use it in his own defense, to me was Freudian. Like it was a Freudian. This is bizarre to me. Like I don't understand. I mean, I don't, but I do. Like I do understand, and I think that's what it is. It's like a fear of finality. You might also be referring to the fact that nobody can stay dead. It's like they have to dig up, like they won't let Donna, his companion, just have that lovely ending to her story. Like that's criminal. I'm totally with you on that. But you know what's weird too, though, is they love finality when it's destroying something we love, though. Like Star Trek Picard season 2 kills off Q in the most nonsensical, unexplained way I've ever seen. Like there was no explanation for it. It made no sense at all. It served no real dramatic purpose in the story. It was weird. I know I use that term a lot, but these people are like they're like Howard Hughes pissing in mason jars. Weird. Okay, that's what I'm saying about these writers, Kurtzman and Akiva Goldsman, and frankly, even Dave Filoni lately. It's like they have what's that disease? Obsessive compulsive disorder, and they're just getting crazier and crazier, and they're doing weird hoarding habits. Like that's literally how their writing feels to me these days. It's like they have these bizarre obsessions, but then they don't explain anything and nothing makes any sense. So why did you kill Q if you didn't have like a story purpose for it anyway? So they love finality when it's assassinating characters, but they hate it when it does anything like dramatically nourishing for the audience. So it's a great topic, and I pretty much agree with you. Fu Man Blue says, at the Captain is also on Rumble with a link in the chat. Well, thank you, Fu Man Blue. And I don't even have the chat. I'm so behind today. I didn't even have the chat pulled up. Let me grab that. Grab the Rumble chat. And there's Rebel popping off over there. I have been derelict in my duty. Okay. All right. And so in the Rumble chat, we have Redoubt Productions saying good evening. Yes, we have the Villain of World War II channel is what you would have called it back then. And yeah, great. So keep it going over there. Give us a like, give us a follow. We are, I'm kind of thinking what I'm going to do is clips of the stream. And then I think this week I'm going to start uploading the live stream to Swords and Starships Live. So I'll have a link in the description, all that good stuff. So we'll do all that good stuff. Okay. What else we got? Starfury says. And so anyways, there we go. It's a bit on the nose, says Fu Man Blue. Okay, where should I go first? I have so many exciting things to talk about. No spoilers on Godzilla, okay? But folks, Godzilla Minus One is wrecking Hollywood shit. Like this film is breaking records, folks. Not just it's broken seven records. And so I want to cover this with you. Now, I'm not going to, like I said I was going to do a deep dive. I'm not going to do a deep dive because you Brits over there across the pond, you're not going to get this until I think the 15th of December is when you get Godzilla. So I want to give you a chance to see it. And so maybe we'll talk about it some more. But I'm just telling you that this film is so magnificent. It's like one of my, it's an all-timer for me. And I'm so pleased that the internet basically agrees with me because I can't find anyone who doesn't just love this film. So here we go. Try this headline from Screen Rant. Godzilla Minus One holds the record for the biggest... Oh, crap. I just spoiled the lead. There it is. Nice job, Captain. I started at the bottom. Okay, 7 box office records broken by Godzilla Minus One. Oh my God, these ads are killing me. This site is ridiculous. There weren't this many ads when I was queuing up the stream. Anyway. I'm just going to have to watch the Verbo ad. Maybe I can get the ad blocker working here. Ad blocker. Screw you, Screen Rant. Oh, thank God. Okay, so Godzilla Minus One has shattered box office records, including the biggest domestic opening for a foreign language movie in 2023. It is the second highest debut for a live action foreign language film ever, falling just short of the 2002 film Hero. That is a great film, by the way. I love that film, Hero. Godzilla Minus, that was Jet Li. Godzilla Minus One has achieved the largest domestic debut for a live action Japanese film, solidifying its place in box office history. Box office history. So these are 7 records this film has broken, folks. Are you ready for this? It is, so number 7, Godzilla Minus One is the biggest domestic opening for a foreign language movie in 2023. It is the biggest domestic opening for foreign language movies. So yeah, it is the foreign language film of the year in America. Number 6, Godzilla Minus One is the second highest debut for a live action foreign language film ever. Second highest debut foreign language film ever. Number 5, Godzilla Minus One is the largest domestic debut for a live action Japanese film. By the way, these are 2 of the supporting characters in the film that are excellent. On the right here is Dr. Noda. And I forget this guy's name, but I think he's the shipboat captain. He's awesome. Awesome as well. Oh boy. Oh no, that's my favorite scene of the movie, I think, right there. Number 4, Godzilla Minus One. Dude, look at how incredible he looks. Like he is magnificent. The visuals in this movie are unbelievable. And by the way, the director, Takashi Yamazaki, is saying that he wishes the budget were 15 million, folks. He's saying it was lower. He's saying that 15 million is way higher than what he had. And I've also heard that he was working on like all these different things himself. Like he personally was working on some of the visual effects. It's incredible. Oh my God. I got to force quit a program here. Hang on. You are just killing me. I get the little jumpy icon. Go away. Okay, here we go. So yeah, Godzilla Minus One was the number 1 film at the domestic box office for the first Monday of December 2023. So it blew out the box office. And, by the way, if the MCU were still in its heyday, it would have had no chance at that. Like, no chance. The Marvels would have been just crushed it. With Nick Fury petting a kitty. He was petting a kitty, folks. Like, what's up with that? In fact, lest I forget, because I think yeah, here we go.
You think it's wise taking that bangle to the bad guy?
There he is. There he is, petting a kitty. So yeah, number one film, beginning weekend of December. What was it? Beginning weekend of December 2023. Okay, number 3, Godzilla Minus One is the first live action foreign language film to be a number 1 at the box office since 2004. 2004. Number 2, Godzilla Minus One is the highest grossing live action Japanese IMAX film in Japan. And number 1, Godzilla Minus One holds the record for the biggest single day domestic box office for a foreign live action film. There's a lot of words and there's a lot of qualifiers in there. So the number 1 record, it is the biggest single day domestic box office for a foreign live action film. So it's the biggest foreign film in America in history for single day domestic box office. So there's 7 records this film has broken. I think it's made something on the order of like 40 million, 45 million. The director is saying it actually had less than a $15 million budget. And I have another story here I wanted to grab because I think this is the one. Hang on. Yeah, here we go. This is the story. So this from Cosmic Book News. Godzilla Minus One, bigger box office success than thought. Director Takashi Yamazaki reveals the budget of $15 million is vastly overreported. So let's see. Do they have the latest numbers in here? It only had a 44% drop for its second weekend, which is phenomenal. It's been extended. They're adding more screens. I'm telling you right now, I think this one is just going to keep going. Now, listen, is it going to be like $1 billion film? No, it's not. It's a niche genre film. However, it has an appropriate budget and a lot of heart and a lot of word of mouth. So I'm looking for the lead here. So there he is, the great man himself, writer, director Takashi Yamazaki. And this is a pretty awesome post. Like, by the way, this is a class act right here. So this was a post that Takashi Yamazaki said. We're excited by the tremendous response in North America. I've been reading the fan feedback on social media and am very encouraged by the passionate comments based on a thorough analysis of the film. In some theaters, I've heard there was even applause. Thank you. There was applause in my theater, and it came from me as well. Where is his clip? I can't find it. His quote. Hang on. Control F budget. That should do it. Yeah, so while Takashi Yamazaki didn't reveal the exact number, he said, I wish it were that much. So right there, he's basically hinting that he did not have 15 million on this. So maybe that number includes the marketing. That could be part of what they're guessing at there. I don't know. And we have here's a great clip. Brilliant. Magnificent. So yeah, that would be Noriko. I would say she's kind of the second protagonist of the film. And it is incredible to me how they gave all of these characters just such a moving and powerful story all their own. So I'm not going to do a deep dive on the plot or anything else. I'm just going to tell you this film, as I mentioned last week, is a Swiss watch of storytelling. This is all heart. You know, the ass backwards way of making movies is what the American film industry does now, which is, gee, where are all the fans? Oh, they're all the fans. That's a pre-built fan base. Let's find something we can make for them. Let's just make something that they'll swallow. And so they go find a property, they buy it, they do a sequel, they do a prequel, they do a bad spinoff, they just do all this garbage. And then they stuff it full of all their woke bullshit because they don't understand it. They don't have a passion for it. They don't even care about the characters. And then they hear all these activists just yip, 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 ree, in their ears. Oh, yes, well, we want to be good citizens of the earth. So we're going to put lots of chicks in. We're going to, you know what we're going to do?
Is there a problem, people?
No problem at all, Mrs. Kennedy.
We were just discussing ideas of what to do.
Wrong one. Better.
Put a chick in it. Make her gay. Fuck it.
There you go. And so that's what we're going to do. Now, if you are Yamazaki, you are making Godzilla Minus One because you have a vision. You have a story, this thing that you love that you want to bring into the world. And that is what creates success. And you do it, you beg, borrow, and steal as whatever you have to do to make that achievement come across on screen is what you do. So absolutely, absolutely love it. Let's check back in on the chat because Star Fury with £2 sterling. Drink to the death of Doctor Who. Oh, no, I don't want to drink. Don't make me do that, Star Fury. I will drink to the death of the, shall we say, I will drink to the failure of the woke, dumbass creatives that have killed Doctor Who. And a toast to what has been lost. To the fallen. To the fallen. If you would doff your caps. Moment of silence for Doctor Who. Thank you. Thank you. I know, Star Fury. It's not fair. I don't know what they've got to get it in theaters. So yeah, not going to do any more Godzilla talk, but I just wanted to reiterate that this film is... Now, listen, I gave you my review last week, and as I said, it is a 10 out of 10. It is the best film of the year. It's not even close for me. Like, it's not even close. Oppenheimer's not even close for me, as, like, this is the best film of the year. So I'm not even just comparing it to what's bad. I'm comparing it to what's good. And just as a storyteller, it speaks to the most primal storyteller and story customer in me on sort of both levels. Like, as a storyteller, this is the kind of story I love to tell. And as a story watcher or reader, this is the kind of story I love. So, but also just objectively, it's a great achievement in storytelling. And, you know, honestly, it doesn't reinvent the wheel. It just follows, I don't want to say rules, because I don't believe there are rules in art. But what I believe is there are principles. There are time-tested principles. There are things that move people, things we care about, and that is as it should be. So anyway, it's just humiliating. It's humiliating what is a failed, ossified, worthless model in Hollywood, which is these bloated, you know, that Hollywood has become a cannibalistic industry. It's become a cannibalistic industry. All it can do is cannibalize other more successful properties, and then it cannibalizes the remains of those other cannibalized. Like it cannibalized something, and then another cannibal property comes along and cannibalizes that. Like, see live action remakes of Disney animated films, for examples. These are the laziest things in modern storytelling to me. We're just going to take the animated film and make it live action. And we're going to make it a less quality product. It's pathetic. It really is. So, but anyway, my point is there are film studios out there like A24 and Blumhouse and then Toho Studios over there in Japan. They are making smart, appropriately budgeted films, and they're working for it. They're working for the audience, and they're working toward a vision. And it's such a beautiful thing. I can't wait for you to see it, Star Fury. And as soon as you have, we're going to do our deep dive. As soon as the Brits over there across the pond, you know, that's just part of our special relationship. We Yanks and Brits, we beat the Nazis together. That's a bond of brotherhood And you were once our founders, and things didn't work out. We had to go through a nasty breakup. But with there's still, we're keeping the British term soccer alive for you since you've abandoned it. So we have a special relationship. Redoubt Productions over there on the Rumble side says, this is where I view streams when not at my computer, again, here in silent. Was it not just a few years back that Demon Slayer broke box office records in the States also? Point being, Asia is taking over American media, which is both very good and very bad, depending on politics. I mean, yeah, exactly. Like, it's bad for the wokies. It's bad for the wokies because, like, the story of just one of my favorite now fictional heroes of all time, frankly, one of my favorite fictional protagonists ever, these is going to be Shikishima. Like Noichi Shikishima, this failed kamikaze pilot. It's such a brilliant story. And he is a male protagonist, and he's wrestling with issues that were at that time uniquely male. It's like, I don't mean this in a chauvinistic way. Females, women have amazing stories to tell, and they can also, Starbuck is a Viper pilot. She's one of my favorite characters ever. In her world, that is something where that's part of what she's dealing with, right? But in the world of World War II, this is a uniquely male story because this is a story about and let's just face it, right? It's just a fact of life. There are different pressures on men and women in terms of who you're supposed to be in the world, how you're supposed to be effective in the world. And for men, the issue of cowardice is a big one. Like, are you a coward? Have you shirked your duty? I think that is a larger pressure, generally speaking, on men typically than women. Now, there are larger pressures on women that men don't have as much, and they would call that privilege. I would just call that the differences between us. So in any case, my point is that, like, you can't tell that story in Hollywood anymore because they would have had to put a chick in it and make her gay. That's the only thing they could do. So yes, based Asia, based India, they are coming for the market share. And I caught the Nerdrotic Nooner this week, and Gary put this very well. He said, manga has stolen all of the market share of comics of American comics because they've become woke and they're just garbage, absolute drivel. And he said, no, the correct term is earned it. They've earned that market share. And I agree with him. They're not stealing anything. It's Hollywood are the thieves. Hollywood are the thieves. They're the ones that go around stealing properties, stealing IPs, shitting on the fans and gutting and destroying it, and then blaming us for the failure, and then calling us toxic and racist and everything else when we don't like the garbage they're shoveling. Okay? They're thieves. They're thieves. They're a band of brigands. They are cannibalizing things. They don't know how to create anything meaningful, beautiful. They just don't. And when you have a sick anti-human worldview, you're probably not going to be a great artist, in my opinion. It's just not. Listen, artists have a role in showing the ugliness of things. Don't get me wrong. Obviously. However, I think that what an artist is looking for usually is beauty. I mean, whether you're a writer, a musician, a painter, a comic book artist, I think what you're ultimately searching for is beauty and meaning. Those are the kind of things that you're looking for in art. I think that's what we as consumers of art are looking for. We're looking for beauty, meaning. Why do we come to YouTube, quite frankly? Because I'm a big member of the YouTube audience myself. Why do I come to YouTube? I come to YouTube to feel like life is good. I really do. I come to YouTube to be like, life is good. And it is good. Even in dark times, And so I just think that good storytellers, it doesn't matter where they hail from. They will earn that market share, and they deserve it. And by the way, that kind of also implies it's kind of a turn of phrase. It sort of implies it's a zero-sum game. I don't think it is. There is plenty of room for everyone. You know, Hollywood could be churning out masterpieces, and there would still be room, in my view, for amazing films like Godzilla Minus One. But it would be harder. It would be harder because the competition would be stiffer. So, Star Fury says, what did I do, Star Fury? Why you so... Star Fury says, we never ever declared a detente with the U.S. Of A after the Anglo-American War, so technically we could still come back. You know what that makes me think of? Okay, let me see if I can find this. This is going to be for you, Star Fury. So I know I can find this. Okay, I didn't even put in the full search term. Hang on. Yes, I think I found it. Yeah. Okay. So listen, Star Fury. Listen, I'm really afraid of you Brits coming back because this is what it could look like. This is what it could look like.
The rebel Americans know of our attack? How? Fire at will!
Oh, South Park. Anyway, so we'll be on the lookout for that. We'll be on the lookout for that. Well, dust off the old HMS Victory. Let's see. Okay, cool. So let's did I have anything else on Godzilla I wanted to cover? Because I think that pretty much was the story. 7 records, folks, which is pretty awesome. And I think I had the official, what's the official number? How much is it made? Because I had that as well. I thought I had it in this story. It's 20. It's increasing to 2,500 locations. Hang on. Godzilla box office, because I had it. Box Office Mojo's got it. Okay, so it's at 51. It's almost at 52 million worldwide. So 25 million domestic for the USA, international 26 million. It's at 51 million. The director Yamazaki is saying they spent less than 15 million on this. Like, folks, what is that? That is at least a 3.5 times return. 3.5 times return on investment. At least on budget, right? And I doubt that they had a huge marketing budget for this either. That's how you turn a profit in filmmaking. So meanwhile, over at Disney headquarters.
So if you're ready, let's go for the million. If Bob Iger was in the room with you right now, what would you say to him? Eat a bag of dicks? Suck on my pee-pee? Disney Plus is gay? Go fuck yourself.
I'd like to use one of my lifelines and phone a friend.
Okay, who would you like to call?
I'd like to call Bob Iger.
All right. Our friends at AT&T will get Bob Iger on the line, and we'll see if he can help you.
Hello?
Hello, Bob.
Yes.
Hi, Regis Philbin here from Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
Hi.
We've got Elon Musk with us right now. He's won $500 million.
Wow.
And he's going for $1 million. And he needs your help to get there.
Okay.
So, he's going to come on the line, read a question, 4 possible answers. One of them is the right answer. Elon, you've got 30 seconds. Starts right now.
Hey, Bob.
Hi.
I don't really need your help. I just wanted to let you know that I'm going to win the $1 million. Go fuck yourself.
He's won $1 million.
And what I see...
It's just hat tip, lofty pixels. What a great clip that is. That's just so amazing. He's won the $1 million. I also love the idea of Elon winning $1 million, which is like what he makes in a minute. So, so on that note, so folks, it turns out that we've talked about this a lot, right, on the stream. Like, how is it that this company is so bad? Like, every single thing they've released, Lightyear, The Little Mermaid, all the Marvel movies except Guardians, and Guardians only eked out just a little bit of a profit. Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. Like, all of these films are complete disasters, and the Marvels is like the cherry on top. It didn't even break. Get this. The Marvels didn't even break 90 million domestic. Dude, Godzilla Minus One might catch the Marvels domestic box office. Think about that. Because right, the domestic is at 25 million for Minus One. The Marvels was sitting at about 90 million when they finally stopped reporting on it. You know what? It still might be a long shot, but I'm telling you, if Minus One sticks around, Godzilla might catch the Marvels. Oh, please let this happen. Please. I don't ask you for much, dear Almighty. I come to you so rarely. Just please let that happen. I would be so happy. So yes. And we ponder on this channel, how can they be so, like, for 2 years, every single thing they make is a complete disaster. They're embarrassed every day. Their park gets closed. Florida takes away their little fiefdom that they were running, which is turning out to possibly be something of a criminal empire where they've been bribing. They've been greasing the skids with bribes. You know, it's like the Galactic Star Cruiser is one of the greatest embarrassments they have to. By the way, have you ever seen such a cringe thing in your life? Like, oh, I want to spend my time in a windowless hotel, being driven around in a windowless bus, sleeping in a Star Wars themed bunk bed, and watching weird cringe, like off-brand alien songs from the Star Wars universe. No, I don't want anything to do with that. So that cringe whole thing just fails, right? And it's like, do they hate money? Like, do they hate making money at this company? They're just, it turns out, folks, it's worse than we could have imagined. This company is stuffed from the bottom to the top with absolute woke wackos. Wackos, folks. These people are lunatics, and they are running this company, and listen to me, there is no chance this company is course correcting, like none, because they're all infected with the woke mind virus. And this comes to us from Chris Gore. Chris Gore, of all people. So I want to take a look at this clip. This was from Midnight's Edge. And folks, this will give you a picture on just how bad the situation is. Share screen. So Chris Gore was on Hat Tip Midnight's Edge. Link is in the description. And Chris Gore is working on a story. Hat Tip Filmthreat, that's his channel. And they are going to do like a Twitter Files level expose on what's going on at Disney. And this is what he had to say.
Speak about your experience at Disney. This has been told to me by many people who've reached out after Alan Ing put out his Wish review, in which he was extremely disappointed. And now we've been, flooded with emails from people at all levels, both current and former employees of Disney, that have had enough. And one of the things that was mentioned was that a strategy of the company is to force you to sign an NDA so that you are unable to defend yourself. Well, what Bob Chapek should do is break the NDA. And if enough people do it, good luck, Disney. The news that we've been getting is probably not shocking to listeners here. It's everything you've suspected. What I did find shocking is it's even worse than we thought. far, far worse.
Mm.
The company is effectively at the lowest levels. The rot is rotten to the core at the lowest levels and everywhere. Activists that have taken over Disney. And I can't speak too specifically about a few. I can speak specifically about a couple things, and the specifics that we'll get into in a story forthcoming that'll be on filmthreat.com that Alan's working on. And it's going to have to end up being a series because there are too many angles. But one of the stories that's been repeated more than once to us, because what Disney likes to do is intimidate. They like to do Zoom calls with lawyers and HR present. I was told about a case where just a lot of it is an intimidation factor. So what was going to happen to Gina that she refused to do isn't surprising because that is their strategy. You're set up on a Zoom call with numerous people, including someone from HR and some lawyer who asks you, do you know why you're having this meeting? It could be about something you posted on Facebook years ago that somebody found and then reported. It is the environment there is a toxic work environment.
By the way, folks, this is the world wokies are building for us. I think this is just such an important point because, a lot of people say, oh, well, it's just movies. Why do you care so much? Like, what's the big deal? That's not the layout I want. Come on. Where is it? Hang on. That's the one. There it is. Why do you care so much? Like, what's the big deal? These are just folks, this is the world they want to build everywhere you go. Where it's like, do you know why we're having this conversation? Because you said some things, you thought some things that were wrong. And you need to do better. And this is why we fight the culture war, because if we don't, this is what's going to take over. I watch some Gen Z, a friend of mine, I watch some of the Gen Z generation interact, and it's like, you'll see, I've seen woke people policing each other. And I literally said to one day, I'm like, it's not your job to go around telling people all the supposedly bigoted things they've said or problematic things they've said. That's not your job. You're not the policeman for everyone around you. And this specific person that I was speaking to also was extremely, I cannot stress this enough, extremely ignorant of a lot of history and just actual knowledge and knows it because I said, if you're going to go around telling everybody how they should be thinking and speaking, you need to actually know a lot more than you know about history. And to this person's credit, they agreed. They were like, yeah, actually, you make a good point. I agree. I should know more. And that's to their credit that they admitted that. But I literally was struck by but also young people, it's not totally their fault because this is the world they've been raised in school, which is to go around policing everyone else's speech and everyone else's thoughts. So we may laugh and point at Disney, but I'm telling you, why do they stuff this in all of our movies? Why do they want to take away characters like Shikishima in Godzilla Minus One? They want to take away the male character's hero's journey. Now, I'm not trying to take away the female hero's journey, nor would I. I love badass babes. I love the babes. Okay. So that's the point, right? This is the false dichotomy they always try to create. They always they always point the finger back at us and say, oh, you just don't like women in movies. Said none of us ever. Okay. You didn't even know who Ellen Ripley was until we made you sit down and watch Alien. Are the kind of people telling us that like most of the movies I like with female protagonists in them, most normies wouldn't watch them because, I don't like aliens. Oh, that's weird. I'm not into Godzilla. Anyway, my point is we're not asking for that, but they are asking to remove male characters and the male hero's journey because they consider it problematic. And they're doing that because they want the day to come when we are all subjects of this mentality. And I think that in our efforts to be polite, we hold back. We fight with one hand tied behind our back. And it's like, folks, the gloves are off. The gloves have come off. they're on the ropes and they're going on the mat. That's the next thing that's going to happen. Because these wokies will not quit. And this is so important what Chris is talking about here, because this is what's happening. Imagine working at this company. Let me go with this view. No. I wish StreamYards, I really wish I could just customize this better, because they force like these different views on you and they're super annoying. Anyway, there we go. All right. Roll tape.
I'll give one specific. Bless you, Paul.
Thank you.
I'll give you one specific where people were getting ready to come back from COVID, and they're getting ready to come back and they're going to reopen.
By the way, the reason that Chris Gore has access to these insider stories is because on his channel, Filmthreat, Alan Ing, who is his partner, who's a giant, Ing the Merciless, who is a giant Disney fan and has been a Disney fan his whole life, basically did his review of Wish and said, it's the worst thing I've ever seen. The animation was terrible. There's no creativity in the cinematography. Like, he just ripped it to shreds in a very just trenchant, brilliant critique. And he broke down exactly how lazy, like all the camera, like they don't even understand how to frame a shot in animation for dramatic effect. And so if you want to see that review, check it out on Filmthreat. Well, that opened the floodgates, because all these animators and just people, it just went viral. That clip went totally viral. And all these animators started reaching out to them. Why? Because they cannot trust the mainstream media, because the mainstream media is bought and paid for by these corporations. And I don't know if he mentions it in this clip, but he said that like the mainstream articles, the trades, they contacted Chris and were saying, we want like names and ID badges of these people that contacted you so that we can verify that that's accurate. No journalist with any credibility would ever ask for something like that, because they would know you have to protect your source. So, and of course, he has no intention of ever revealing those sources. So this is why he has this information.
In the offices. So back from working remotely to working in the office. And they had to restock the kitchen at one of the facilities. And the entire discussion turned into what types of cereal should be put in the break room, which devolved into the type of privilege you had. If your family could afford Cocoa Puffs, or you were privileged enough to have those cereals, you were a person of privilege, unless, you might have been a person who grew up eating no brand of Cheerios or cornflakes.
Can I stop just for a second? When did privilege become a replacement for hardworking?
Because everything is racist now.
Yeah, I know. It was kind of
everything is racist. So this company, the whole reimagine the future at Disney, it's all about persecuting certain types of people and driving them from the company.
That was the name of the HR program.
Right.
So
Which is
Paul,
on the website. It's not anything that's like
That's Reimagine Tomorrow, where
yeah. So in any case, what we've received is, because I do believe that the failure of Wish, not just financially but creatively, has hurt a lot of people. And I think they realize that what they've been doing within the company, driving out the best talent, isn't working. In particular, that talent was John Lasseter. John Lasseter at Pixar. Yes.
I have a quick question. Have any of the people that have reached out to you, were they able to target the source of this change, like the year, the person, or people, when it started to happen and build up, or are they only focused right now on the results?
What we're doing now is putting together a timeline about all of this, but it looks around 2015, 2016, right around.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
So you shouldn't be surprised.
Gee, 2016. What happened in 2016 that might have resulted in all this? And I can't put my finger on it.
By that. But Alan's working on this story. He and I received letters. I bring Alan in the loop. I don't know that anyone will be able to go on the record, but everything in the story will be verified by more than one source. Much of it is, for example, Strange World, when Strange World bombed. around Thanksgiving weekend, right? There was a huge Zoom call with a lot of people, and a lot of people recorded that Zoom call. And they were pissing and moaning about why it failed, the reasons it failed, a lot of blaming the audience. Well, the same thing happened with Wish. There's no accountability at the company, which makes sense because the leader of the company is not accountable. Bob Iger.
No.
Bob Iger is never the one whose fault it is. And he threw Nia DaCosta, who I believe Nia DaCosta is actually a talented filmmaker who was micromanaged. And like any Disney, any talent that's hired by Disney, Marvel, Lucasfilm, cast aside so that people in post can just remake the movie that she tried to make. There's a slightly over 2-hour version of the movie that my understanding is it's much better. It tested better than the one that they ended with, which tested worse after they made changes.
I can confirm that.
Yeah, Nia DaCosta was just treated poorly. If you look at what Bob Iger said, he basically said, well, we didn't have, because of COVID, we didn't have, our executives, on set to be able to supervise.
Dude, Bob Iger is such a scumbag. He is absolute scum. We talked about this last week, how the man takes no accountability, no responsibility for anything that has happened under his leadership. And it's like, really, his responsibility is all of it. He's as the captain of the ship, he is responsible for everything that happens in that company. I mean, everything. Only with extreme ownership can you be a good leader. And so he's disgusting. But quite apart from Bob Iger just being a disgusting human being, before we shed too many tears for Nia DaCosta, the director of the Marvels, she made her bed. She made her bed. Like she is in this club. She is in the woke club. She was happy to attack all the Marvels. She literally used every single term: racist, sexist, homophobic. It was like the basket of deplorables comment from Hillary. And it's like, so, they all deserve each other. They deserve each other, in my opinion, because they want to build a world that is freaking miserable. That is miserable, where if you have your own independent thoughts, you are brought into HR, you're put in a 50 member struggle session Zoom call. That's the world they want to live in. Well, they can have it. They can have it. And they're getting it. They're getting the world they wanted, where all their movies fail. Everything they touch turns to crap because it is crap. Roll tape.
This was his excuse for why the Marvels was bad. F that guy.
Not enough oversight. Yeah.
Not enough oversight. Yeah.
Yes, that's what you need more management.
I believe if
Can I just point out one thing there, which to me is like a stunning level of hypocrisy and flip-flop at the same time? This is the same guy who has been going on and on about restoring creativity, and of all the things that he has attacked Bob Chapek for, the one specific, like the real big thing, was his installing of DMED. And what was that about? Well, that was about executives overseeing the creatives. And now he's complaining that there were no executives overseeing the creatives.
That whole interview was a clusterfuck, Andre. Valiant was breaking it down last night, and he brought it up perfectly. If you listen to Bob, everything that was successful, he had something to do with it. It was I did this, I did that. But if it was anything that was bad, it was always the collective we or they. Yeah, it was always somebody else's fault. Everything bad was always somebody else's fault. Nothing was ever his fault, even the quantity over quality part.
Big agree, Tom. Big agree, Tom from Midnight's Edge there. That kind of sets the table of what's going on over there at Disney. So how are they doing? Well, I'm here to tell you, folks, there is good news because they are losing. Let me find. Grab this headline. Try this headline, folks. This from Bounding Into Comics. Disney They don't believe all women, as they should. California approves equal pay lawsuit against Disney. 9,000 women to sue for alleged compensation violations. You know, the best thing about the sick world the woke are building for us is they have to live in it too. They have to live in it too. And it's like, oh, gee, Disney. Well, this is the world you want for all of us, so you can just choke on it. You can just choke on it. Dude, Disney is under siege. This company is like the last stand of the Spartans. It's like, they're like, they've lost all of their power in Florida. They're being investigated for bribery in Florida and some possible chicanery with a power plant. Their massive boondoggle, the Galactic Star Cruiser Hotel, has gone down in flames. Their last 7 movies have been a complete embarrassment. They have the ignominious record of having the worst performing MCU film of all year this month. Nothing is going well. Like that, and now they're getting sued by their wacko employees for compensation violations, and they'll probably win. And to add to all of that, Bob Iger is basically under siege from Nelson Peltz and Ike Perlmutter, activist investors who are trying to take over the company from within, kick him out of there, get on the board, start making changes. And to just top it all off, we have Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, telling him while he's in the audience to go fuck himself. And the internet loved it. The internet loved it. They love Elon. They love Elon. So folks, never forget they are losing this war. And And what do I always say on this channel? What does the captain always say to Disney and to all you other woke studios? We the fans, we the paying customer, we the story lovers, we the normal sane people, we will inflict defeat after defeat after defeat. So there's more on the way, Bob. There is more on the way. The tide is turning. Now, I tell you that to tell you this. You may or may not know, my dear sailors and starnauts, that Dibney, there's someone in the chat accidentally, maybe it was an accident, said Dibney instead of Disney, and I kind of like that. I kind of like Dibney. So anyway, Dibney, they have acquired Doctor Who, much to the sadness of our fellow Whovian fans. So here we go. Let me do that view. There. No, I'm sorry, chat. Captain is just not up to specs today. Okay, so they've acquired Doctor Who. Now, Doctor Who has had its 60-year anniversary, and we talked about this last week. The hideous, like it's woker than it's ever been, and it's such a complete disaster. And which, by the way, don't misunderstand. I'm not laughing. I'm laughing at the insanity. You know, it's like if you don't laugh, you're going to cry. It's kind of where I'm at with this stuff. It breaks my heart that this is happening to Doctor Who fans. As a Star Trek fan, I can relate. I can absolutely relate. However, this from Cosmic Book News, Doctor Who ratings bomb with Ncuti Gatwa bi-generation. What the hell is the bi-generation? I mean, that seems kind of self-explanatory, but like, I need a definition on this because I haven't heard this term. Bi-generation was a variant of regeneration, which the Doctor believed. Okay, so it's referring to an episode. Okay. I thought that was like a term now for the new generation. Okay, I get it now. So that's a Doctor Who title. Okay. So the ratings bomb with the Ncuti Gatwa bi-generation episode. Gee, that's a little on the nose, don't you think? Anyway. The Giggle is the least watched of the 3 specials and has lost nearly 500,000 viewers in 2 weeks. The BBC, Doctor Who, Disney Plus, and Russell T Davies could be in a heap of trouble, judging by the ratings for the episode involving the introduction of the new Time Lord, Ncuti Gatwa. Normally, Whenever a new Doctor is introduced, the ratings see a large spike as fans are curious about who the new Doctor will be and how will it all unfold. However, that isn't the case with Saturday's special, The Giggle, which features David Tennant regenerating into Ncuti Gatwa. That is giving birth through his parts to a man without pants, as they are nothing to laugh about. The article goes on. The Giggle is the least watched. Less viewers showed up, and The Giggle is the least watched of the 3 new specials, coming in at 4.62 million viewers. That's down from 4.83 from the second special, Wild Blue Yonder, and down even more from 5 million for The Star Beast, which was the first of the 3. So not only are those numbers low for Doctor Who historically anyway, people tuned in and they're dropping off. Isn't it interesting that this is the same pattern we see with the DCU, the MCU, the msheu, I should say? Because listen, it should never need to be said, but when I'm saying the garbage MCU, I'm not talking about phase 1 through 3. So we'll just enter that into the record. So we're literally seeing this pattern repeat over and over and over. Fans show up, they give it a try, and then they're gone. They are gone, if they're even there anymore at this point. So the article goes on, that marks a loss of nearly 500,000 viewers in only 2 weeks. 500,000, folks. As I previously wrote, says the article, it will be quite revealing if more viewers don't show up for the regeneration episode, which is exactly what happened. If they are already not showing up for the most popular Time Lord, that would be David Tennant, it's definitely not a good sign for the 15th Doctor. And, one word for David Tennant, because as someone who is not a Whovian, and I'm not familiar with the material, just the few clips I've seen of Dr. Tennant, aside from the cringe pronouns garbage and what have you, I can see why he's the favorite Doctor. He is I did watch one of his episodes, actually. I take that back. I've seen one of his episodes. He is a very, magnetic personality. So I can definitely see why they love this actor. What about the Disney Plus ratings? Worth a mention regarding Disney Plus is that while we don't have the ratings, as Nielsen is always weeks behind, Samba TV hasn't released any numbers. Samba TV usually releases numbers for new shows on Disney Plus in regards to the number of households that have watched the show in the first 5 or so days of release. However, Samba TV has been eerily silent about the data for the 3 Doctor Who specials. Likewise, Disney has also been silent and hasn't made any official announcement, as they did for Loki Season 2 and Ahsoka. What, Disney? You're not going to brag about your millionth and millionth and millionth of viewers. We had millions and millions of viewers. Millions. Just take our word for it. If the ratings are bombing in the UK, the article goes on, which is the home of the series, it's not far-fetched to think Doctor Who is also bombing on Disney Plus and the rest of the world. I mean, the fact that the ratings have dropped off by 500,000, and this was their last card to play. This was their Hail Mary, because they brought back the most popular actor, the most popular Doctor being David Tennant, and they brought back the most celebrated showrunner of Doctor Who, which is Russell T Davies. So this was all the marbles. They were playing for all the marbles with this. And we're looking at a decline in viewership. Another way to put this, folks, is it means that you, my dear sailors and starnuts, you are not going insane. You are not going mad. You are not ists and phobes. You're none of these things that they want to ascribe to you. You are just story lovers, and you are being trampled on, and you are among an audience which has had it with this crap. And so so never misunderstand. In no way have I ever or would I ever celebrate the destruction of the MCU, Star Wars, Star Trek, Doctor Who, The Lord of the Rings, The Wheel of Time, you name it. I would never celebrate the destruction of any of those things, because that's the straw man argument that Grace Randolph, well, we need to have empathy. There's people are really upset about this. And it's like, so this is the straw man argument. I have never said I'm celebrating the destruction of those. I am celebrating the failure of the whacked out, sick ideologues that have taken these properties and destroyed them and vandalized. I am celebrating their failure because they deserve to lose. They deserve to lose for destroying these characters that we love so much, that we have so much passion for. So anyway, let me catch up on the chat real quick because Melodic is here. But look what the cat drag did. Melodic Method. I'm telling you right now, Melodic Method. Dude, you're not late. You have arrived just. Anyone that arrives in this chat, you have arrived just on time. We're all aboard. We are on another exciting adventure. We are sailing into the choppy waters of Disney, going down like the Titanic. So last week when you showed up at like hour 5, I really was shocked. I had not looked at the clock. I was like, I've been doing this for 5 hours. Like that's Captain's got a lot. He's got a lot on his mind. Okay. So anyway, welcome, Melodic. It's good to see you. Good to see you. Melodic says Dibney was not an accident. I stole it from South Park. Well, good. I appreciate that. I like Dibney. Dibney. Like a dial of destiny. I don't know where that comes from either. That's just in my mind because my dad asked me. He's like, why do you keep pronouncing? No, it was my dad, a friend of mine, a couple of people. Why do you pronounce dial of destiny that way? And I said, honest to God, it's not. It's just how it sounds whenever I read it. Like whenever I read it on a title, like the first time I saw that title, I was like, if that's not the fucking dumbest title I've ever seen in my life, but somebody who wrote that thought it was great. That's kind of where that comes from. The dial of destiny. It's super good. It's a dial. It's dial soap. What are you talking about? That title is stupid. That's so stupid. I hate that title. It's the worst title of the year, folks. I freaking hate it. Followed closely by Quantum Mania, which I call Quantum Nausea. Anyhow. So I appreciate Dipney. Now, Wrangler says, the she uterus. Hail, everybody. It's like, yeah, exactly. No, see, this is the thing. This is the thing I find so striking about the woke mind virus is its obsessions. It's like the things they fixate on, like a shiny object, are very... it's very instructive when we're studying the species, because they fixate on organs. Like they fixate on clinical exams, weird shit like this, right? And also cats. What the hell is that? Like the fixation on cats is becoming really... It's starting to freak me out a little. I'm like, I feel like this is definitely, if nothing else, this is a sign of the end times when we become obsessed with cats. Like the kitty cats are everywhere. The freaking Flurkin stream. I mean, what the hell was that? So yes, they have an odd obsession with people's parts, the content of melanin in their skin. They have just an absolute freakish obsession with these things. I was watching Mahler's stream and they're reacting to a YouTuber who reviewed, I don't know if it was, I think it was The Last Jedi. And he was just, he was bringing up like, I don't know why people hate Rose Tico. Imagine seeing a character like Rose Tico and hating her because this could have been a white character. That was literally his argument. And someone on the stream was like, thanks for making me think about race. I wasn't thinking about race. I was not raised that way. I was not raised to think about race. And I was like, I didn't think about it until you freaks started bringing it up all the time. And I'm like, exactly. It's like they're the ones that it's so much like, I'm trying to think of an example. There's like dialogues that go this way, it's like, well, I'm definitely not going to ask you out. What? You're going to ask me out? No, I'm saying I'm not. Well, then why'd you bring it? I didn't bring it up. You brought it up. It's like, that's what they do to you. They're like, oh, gee. I bet you think this Asian person should have been a white person, and that's why you don't like her. Wait, what? Fuck no, bro. I just think she's a boring character. Well, why do you hate her so much? Because she's Asian. I don't think it's because she's Asian. It's like, well, why'd you bring it up then? I didn't bring it up. You brought it up. That's what the wokies are like. They mess with your mind this way. And actually, I remember when I was a kid, I just... Look, and I will admit there is some naivete here because I don't know the exact experience of, obviously, different cultures living in different parts of the world, and I can't exactly relate to their experience. So I may be totally unaware of things they've gone through that I haven't. And that's totally fair. But that being said, as a kid, I never saw people with different races or whatever. I never looked at them and had to think about that. I just thought everybody deserves a shot. Everybody deserves to play. That's just how I always felt about things. And it wasn't until I got older and started hearing political messages and stuff like that, and I started saying, I thought we solved this in the 60s. I thought we solved this when we solved segregation. We solved all this thing. Why are we still talking about this? And then I started thinking about it, and I sort of went through that journey in my mind. I was like, they brought this up. They always bring this up. Now, if you want to, but the thing is, in the real world, nobody has to bring it up because everyone sees, the evil of racism. You see it when it's there. The odd thing is when it actually happens in about the most brutal and horrific way you can imagine, such as the events in the beginning of October in a certain area of the Middle East, suddenly they're blind to it. They're blind to it. They're we literally just witnessed medieval barbarism on a level we haven't seen since the Holocaust. And I just said the H word on stream, so I'm basically screwed. We haven't seen a level of barbarism since the Middle Ages and the Inquisition. Isn't it funny how about half of them don't even see that? They don't even see it. They're you're comparing this to the World War II situation. I don't see it. What's the connection? I just see freedom fighters. So listen, I'm not trying to get political. I'm just saying it's weird that they want to draw our attention to all these issues all the time. But then when it actually happens in about the ugliest way you can possibly imagine, they can't see it. That's why I said the woke mind virus, folks, it's sick. They're sick in the head. Okay. They got problems. They got real problems. Anyway. Melodic says, 500,000 lost in 2 weeks on Doctor Who. I wonder why. It's weird. It's weird. Doctor Who explaining pronouns to Vermeep. God. It's, Star Trek is not in much better shape, by the way, because do I need to go get the singing Klingons again? Oh my God, that was the Klingons singing to autotune. Oh my God. I can't even describe how freaking evil that's evil. That's not bad. That's evil. So because just to steel man this a little bit, if the argument is, we're doing a fun just whatever, something happens on the Enterprise. It's a little quirky and weird. It's a comedy episode. Let's just call it that. Well, you still could have had singing Klingons that were in character and in canon, because actual Star Trek fans know that Klingons do love music. They do. They have music. In fact, they have dramatic performative music called Klingon opera. Commander Worf was a giant fan of Klingon opera, and it's horrible to listen to, and nobody but him likes it. And that's the point, because it's Klingon opera. And it's now that's what a real Star Trek fan would have done if they were going to make a musical episode of Star Trek. They would have said, well, the Klingons aren't going to be singing freaking 21st century hip-hop auto-tune, you moron Kurtzman. You dumb fucking people. Akiva Goldsman and Kurtzman, all you wackos working on that show. What you would do if you're an actual Star Trek fan is have them singing Klingon opera about the death of Kahless and all this glorious Klingon war and stuff. So yes, believe me, it's I would love to see what the ratings are on Kurtzman Trek. I will bet it's garbage. I will bet it's garbage. Anyhow, it's a head scratcher, as the chat agrees with you, Melodic. Let's see here. What else? Wrangler is in the chat. Hey, Wrangler, welcome aboard. The captain welcomes you. Says can't stick around long, but I wanted to drop a like and remind folks that Rumble is a thing. And I see you over there on Rumble as well, Wrangler. So thank you for pointing that out. Check out the Good Captain's channel on Rumble. We are live on YouTube, Rumble, and X, formerly Twitter. Give us a like and a follow. We're a small but mighty channel. We're working on building something. I'm going to have So there's two things that are on the horizon for Swords and Starships. This is the main flagship. Swords and Starships mostly focus on reviews and commentary. And then we're going to have Swords and Starships Live, which is where the replays of the live streams are going to live very soon. And then probably sometime next year, I'm hoping early next year, we're going to debut some content on Swords and Starships Presents. Swords and Starships Presents, which is going to be original fictional content that will be developed and produced there. So more on that as we move forward. So there are big plans. You know, my goal, my vision, Swords and Starships is not just the name of a YouTube channel. This is going to be the name of a Iron Age studio where we're going to produce things. So Captain has some housekeeping in his life he's got to take care of, but as soon as that's taken care of, we're going to be building this channel. And you, every single one of you in this chat, lurking, watching it on the restream, I consider you founding members of Swords and Starships channel. So Captain salutes you. I am honored to have you here. I am honored by your presence, and I can't thank you enough. Captain salute. It's, just the fact that I show up and I'm not talking to no one. Like the fact that I'm just like, I'd show up anyway if it were just me, but it's nice to be like, oh, someone actually wants to watch me, wax dramatic about Disney and blah, blah. Well, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Here, Swords and Starship, says Fu Man Blue. And says in reply to Wrangler, ask him how he's doing. Doing well, bro, says Fu Man Blue. I'm glad, Fu Man Blue. I hope you're doing well out there. Wrangler says, whenever you say dial of destiny, you turn into Daffy Duck, and it fits. I don't know why, but it just, I don't know where that voice comes from. It just comes out of me. I don't know. So I guess it's Daffy Duck floating around in my I did grow up with Daffy Duck, so dial of dysentery, says Melodic Method. You know what's funny is like that movie is so forgettable. I think the ones I think about, like the ones I think about occasionally still are like the worst ones, like Secret Invasion, interestingly enough, which is, as I said, one of the most miserable things I've ever watched for so many reasons. But it's like, that's the best word to just miserable. It's a show about people being miserable. And it's like, that's all Hollywood produces, is shows about people being miserable and continuing to be miserable. And it's like, Barbie is that to me. It's like, it's about women being miserable, like, and men being miserable. It's just so like, the odd thing is that some of these things, which are no less a disaster, I just don't remember a lot. Like, I think about Dial of Destiny, and like, I can kind of vaguely, I remember the series of things that happened in that movie, but I'm like, it's amazing how forgettable that movie is. It's like, nothing in that happened that moved me. Phoebe Waller-Bridge's character in that movie is a classic example of Hollywood having the exact reverse opposite of morality. Like, in their characters, they have the exact reverse opposite of morality, because she is a bitch. She is a sociopath in that movie who is not likable. She's not charming. There's nothing about her I like. Just nothing at all. She is. What is this woman's claim to fame exactly? Fleabag. Who cares? Like, I hear she plays a very unlikable character in Fleabag, and that fits. So yeah, I'll pass on that show. Thank you. I've had about, if I never see another Phoebe Waller forehead property, it'll be too soon. It'll be too soon. From the bottom of my heart. Yeah. So, well, I only focus on the good, positive criticism. It's like, well, you do that. You just do that, dear. What I'm trying to think of, like, I don't think too much about Mandalorian season 3. I don't think too much about, like, I do occasionally think about Ahsoka still, because there was potential with Ahsoka. There really was. I mean this seriously. There was potential with Ahsoka. It's bizarre though. Like I thought Admiral Thrawn could have been a really interesting character. In fact, I was kind of excited in the trailer to see him. I thought, ooh, a kind of chess playing. He's a very different character from Darth Vader or the Emperor, because Darth Vader and the Emperor are so larger than life. They're kind of these evil wizards. It was an interesting idea to say, okay, now here's a tactician. Here's like a very intellectual, in Star Wars terms, kind of secular tactician. He's not a Force follower. He just, I thought, now that could have been interesting. It's like, but leave it to Dave Filoni to just fillet himself and forget to tell a good story. To just, that filleting Filoni, that's what I call him. He just seems to like referencing stuff he's already done. The best thing about Grand Admiral Thrawn is how, like, the worst disasters, he's like, yes, it's all going according to plan. Yes, what a humiliating defeat for you, Ahsoka, even though you wiped out all my guys. I knew they were going to be lost. The thing about Grand Admiral Thrawn is he's a positive thinker. He's a positive thinker, folks. Look. Listen, Grand Admiral Thrawn was lost in the other galaxy for a couple of decades. He had a lot of time to think. And he started going through YouTube, and he started reading some personal development books, and he realized, my problem is I was too negative. And so he's just a positive thinker. He's like, well, she wiped out all our guys, got onto the ship, and our plan has been foiled. He's like, well, there's an opportunity in every difficulty, don't you know? So, there you go. I need better headphones. Okay. Wrangler says, I didn't think up the uterus comment. I heard that from, I think it was WDW Pro. Yes, we're all just that. It's in the lexicon somewhere. Fu Man Blue says, cat ladies writing what they know. You are so right about that, Fu Man Blue. That's really what it comes down to, because that whole, maybe I'll show you this trailer, because I'm just to show you how irritated I am with Hollywood, but screw it. Let's just run it. Let's just run this trailer just for the hell of it. What is even the name of this movie? I can't even remember the name of it. Argyle or something? I think that's the name of the stupid. This is such an encapsulation of what modern filmmaking has become. Let me grab this. Yeah, here we go. Listen. This is for science, folks. This is for science. This is a trailer I saw on my way. This is the thing. When I was younger, like when I was a kid, I was mad at my parents if we got to the theater too late for the trailers. Dude, when I was a kid, now this was in the late 90s, early 2000s, trailers were great back then, folks. They were awesome. I'll never forget the first time I saw a trailer for Independence Day. It scared the shit out of me. It was because you got to remember, this is before 9/11. We were not used to seeing things like the Empire State Building being vaporized by aliens. Like we didn't see things like that. And so when I'm like about, I don't know, 12 or 13 years old, I'm sitting in a theater, I see this trailer, and I remember the trailer didn't tell you any of the story. It just kind of implied that aliens have arrived. It showed all the people looking up at the aliens, and this is another interesting thing about the trailer. It posed a question to the audience, which is, are they friend or foe? Right? Which is a great question to pose to the audience. And the characters in the movie reflect that, because they're like, are they friend or foe? And then the beam comes down, and they just showed that scene of destruction, with all the cities getting firebombed and just destroyed. And I just remember it being shocking and like terrifying. And I was like, I don't want to see that movie. That looks too scary. And then I thought about it. I was like, I got to see that movie. That's how trailers used to be. Now I'm like, I time it so that I'm like, okay, so the movie starts at 3. I'm going to get there at 3:20. So I can skip these just this drivel, just this sludge pipe of garbage. I'm just going to skip that. And this is one of them. Unfortunately, I was too early and I didn't manage to miss it. And I'm very disappointed. And I'm now going to subject you, my dear beloved audience, to this because I have a point to make.
I certainly hope you dance as well as you dress.
There's only one way to find out.
Now, first of all, I got to tell you something, okay? Henry Cavill, I think we can all just agree objectively, right, is probably the most handsome actor in all of like Hollywood right now. So, I'm just going to speak for myself here, okay? This is the ugliest I have ever seen him look. Like what the fuck is this? He looks, I didn't even think you could make this man look unattractive, but they've made him look like a total dweeb. What is this? Oh, God. Okay. We're not going to do the whole... I can't even do it. Okay, so the basic plot is it turns out that this character, Bryce Dallas Howard, is basically a cat lady, and these are her James Bond novels that she's writing. And Henry Cavill is playing Argyle. He's basically the Bond-type character, right? And it turns out, and I'm going to tell you something, there's a concept in storytelling that Blake Snyder points out in Save the Cat, which is called double mumbo jumbo. Okay, double mumbo jumbo is a faux pas that you can make as a storyteller, which is the audience will suspend disbelief for one instance of mumbo jumbo, and mumbo jumbo just means something fantastical, something science fiction, something unexplainable. For example, Peter Parker getting bitten by a radioactive spider and gaining superpowers. That's mumbo jumbo. Okay. You can't have double mumbo jumbo without it starting to break the illusion, meaning two totally fantastical things happening independent of each other. Right. And so in the case of Spider-Man 1, it actually does break this rule because on one side of the city, Spider-Man gets created by getting bitten by a spider. And on the totally opposite side of the city, with no connection whatsoever, Norman Osborn just so happens to turn into the Green Goblin. Now, what most good superhero stories do is they connect the origin of the superhero with the supervillain because that keeps it as one instance of mumbo jumbo instead of two. Now, the problem with this trailer is it is stuffed with mumbo jumbo. So one element of mumbo jumbo in this trailer is, okay, she's a writer and she's fantasizing about secret agents. And then it turns out that she's actually accidentally predicting real things that are happening in the spy world. Now, that's not a terrible concept, and you could go somewhere with that. The problem with this trailer is it then turns out that she becomes a spy, she's swept up in the spy game, and all the things in her novels are actually real. And I'm like, now that's too many. That's too many stupid ideas. And so this film is like just, okay, here's a clip that will illustrate.
Whoa, hey, there's a cat in there.
Oh my God, you're Ellie freaking Conway.
Author of the Argyle series, Ellie Conway. I am such a fan.
Oh, yeah? What is it you do?
Espionage.
Would you sign my book?
Here we go.
I love this book. Come on.
Folks, just have you seen this thing in trailers now where they do martial arts scenes that are in time to the tempo of the music? I mean, end stages of civilization. That's what I think of when I see. Now, here's the last little bit of this, and it's no, don't tell. This is the most replayed. No, where is it? It's got to be right about. It might be at the end of it. Come on. I don't want to. Okay, here it is. Yep, I found it. There it is. This is it right here. Don't let the cat out of the bag.
It's time for you to meet the real Agent Argyle.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Oh, my God.
So, cat ladies, Fu Man Blue. Cough button. Yeah, cat ladies. Just cat ladies. I watched this trailer, right? And so aside from the cat thing, like the plot is so stupid. Like now I get it. I get it. It's supposed to be a comedy. Fine. Like that's not my objection that it's a comedy and it's doing a cute take on she's a Bond novelist, but I just think about it and I'm like, see, the problem with this is it's too close to home. That's the problem with it because this movie is it's marketing itself as a wish fulfillment fantasy, right? It's a wish fulfillment fantasy. It's meant to be kind of tongue in cheek and satirical. Okay, fine. But the problem is it's actually coming across as something sort of pathetic, which is this is what all of these woke, like these woke progressive women writing She-Hulk, this is what's in their heads, right? This is their fantasy. Like this is their fantasy and so they're out there writing, and this is why they're so pissed that we don't like the things they write. This is why they hate us. That's why they call us toxic fans, because we're like, that's not a cool story. And they're like, well, what do you mean? Women can write too. I didn't say women can't write, but that's not a cool story. Well, why do you hate women writers so much? Why do you hate women? It's like, I didn't say I hated women. I said that's not how James Bond is cool. Like, why has he got a cat? That's dumb. Like this. So my point is though that like, but in their heads, it's super cool. It's like, here she is. She's this cat lady novelist, and she's writing this like Ian Fleming's level James Bond character. Now, I happen to know women writers, and if I had permission, I would tell you who she is. But and maybe I will, but if she gives me permission. But I know a female writer who is great at writing just like Jack Bauer 24 level, just blood curdling spy shit. Like she's great at that. Counterterrorism, just bad guys getting the stuffing beaten out of them. She loves to write psychopaths too. Like she writes great psychopathic characters, right? So trust me, women are very, very good at writing stuff like this when they're good at it. The problem is there are a lot of like really dumb writers that are not good at it, but they think because they have the certain parts or whatever that you're supposed to like it. And so I just see this and I'm like, this is not who I picture when I picture someone who writes like this James Bond spy character. Like this is not who would be writing it. Okay. I'm just saying. So cat ladies writing what they know. What else we got? Let's get Star Furious theory. Okay, woke are playing to their audience. The kitty cats are for all the single cat ladies over 40 with no children that are rising in numbers by the day. Some part of me just doesn't want to believe this, Star Fury. Like some part of me just recoils at this theory. I know. It explains, it fits all the facts. I'm not denying it. I'm just saying, like, really? I mean, who's going to go see this movie? Like, this is the thing. Like, I'm not going to like spend a lot of time thinking about it, but like when this movie comes out, I want to see the box office numbers. And, maybe if it's an appropriate budget and it turns a tidy little profit, fine. It's a comedy, whatever. But my theory is I don't actually think women enjoy this shit. I don't think they like it. I don't think it's even for them. I mean, they think it's not. I don't like, where were all the women going to see Marvels? Like they were nowhere. Because they don't. First of all, it's a hard sell for a superhero film anyway for women. Because it's just not as much their genre. But I happen to think that like good storytelling is going to bring everyone to the film, and bad storytelling is going to throw everyone out of the film. So I don't know. I think what's happened is, and I guess Londoners probably can identify with this, but if you've lived in Los Angeles, you kind of know what a bubble those people live in. Like they don't understand reality outside of a 40-mile radius. Like they have no clue. Like, and they don't care. Like that's the thing, is like they don't care. And I think that's what's hard for us folks who are just kind of, your typical garden variety nerds who just want to have some fun and have our superheroes. Like it's hard for us to comprehend people who don't give a shit about that and are also sort of oblivious and happy to be oblivious of it. It's like you can explain to a Wookiee what's wrong with Kurtzman Trek and what's wrong with Doctor Who, explaining his pronouns and all that bullshit, and they just don't even hear you. They're like, oh, so what? Tough nerd, shut up. What are you talking about? That's the way the world works. Fuck off. That's just how they think. And so, like, the problem is, I don't think this is for cat ladies at large. I think this is cat ladies that are also living in Hollywood and LA area. Like, that's what I think it is. So anyway, Melodic Method says, holy balls, hating the Rose Tico character is not about race. That character is a perfect representation of self-insertion and terrible, horrible writing. Dude, I'm going to tell you, I was quite conflicted about The Last Jedi when I saw it, because I liked Force Awakens. I loved Force Awakens. I thought it was great. I thought it was the right, I was wrong. In retrospect. And I now see also there were grave mistakes made in that film. But the problem was I fell for the mystery box. That's basically what it is. But anyway, I thought it opened up all these great possibilities, which in theory it sort of did, in spite of its other flaws. Because you had Finn, the stormtrooper, that was a very interesting idea. Like, he had broken through the brainwashing, and there was this idea that maybe he had some force ability. That was kind of interesting. The mystery about Rey and of course the great ending with her handing the lightsaber to Luke Skywalker. I'm so excited for that. Like, so there were things in it that were good. So then I'm sitting in The Last Jedi, and I remember being very conflicted about it, because I was like, why isn't Luke training her? Like, what's going on here? But like, one of the very immediate things in that film that I'm saying that at this time I was a little less red-pilled than I am now on some of this stuff. Like, that was back when I still thought Trek had a chance. I'll just put it in perspective for you. I still thought Kurtzman Trek had a chance back in The Last Jedi era. And folks, they don't get the benefit of the doubt from me ever anymore. Like, ever. They burned that bridge, and it's burned. I saw Rose Tico and I recoiled at that character. Everything about her annoyed the shit out of me. I'm like, who is this? I don't know you. Why are you bitching Finn around? Why is Finn being bitched around by this girl? Like, she was absolutely insufferable. And you could just tell, and the thing was, I knew that was a deliberate, shall we say, placement, because J.J. Abrams was at a Comic-Con panel, and I remember there were Asian fans in the audience who said, when are you going to put Asians in this? And he said, they're coming soon. And everyone just cheered and cheered and cheered. And it's like, so it was pandering. Like, I knew it was pandering, but quite aside from that, I was like, she's boring. What is she doing? We don't have time for this. We need to see Luke training Rey. We need to see Finn, like, discovering his force abilities or something. It's like, so there you go. So it has nothing, but they're the ones that are, so why do you hate Asians? What? What are you talking about? I'm saying she's a boring character. She's frumpy. She's frumpy looking. This is the problem, is they put them out there and then they say, you're supposed to like this character. Well, I don't. Well, you don't? Why is that? It's like, because, so I lost my other monitor. Oh, crap. Okay, there it is. Wake up monitor. Now, where was I in the chat? I had something. There it is. Wrangler says, we're not even different races. We're different ethnicities of the same race. There's only one race, and that's mankind. All of this is to make us think that there is a larger divide than there really is. It's divide and conquer. I mean, look, I will say that we're tribalistic by nature. And yes, visual identifiers are sometimes where those fault lines emerge. Often, I'd say, is probably the most likely fault line, but also it's just cultural fault lines. You're wrong, I'm right. This is my family, that's your family. This is my clan, that's your clan. Like, that's human behavior. And it plays itself out on the internet, absolutely. And I think that's, and one of the reasons why science fiction was to be admired. Things like Isaac Asimov, H.G. Wells, Gene Roddenberry and his vision of Star Trek and the Federation, and then Doctor Who. It's like this was science fiction. And what science fiction did is it posited a world where we humans were able to overcome our baser instincts toward tribalism. The thing that's so beautiful about the Federation is that in the story of Star Trek, the original story of Star Trek, is that it posits a world in which certain ideals, certain core principles unite people of different races and different species, different cultures, right? And that was a very noble and lofty idea. And and a lot of the time Star Trek would explore the failings of that idea and the difficulties of that idea. And a hell of a lot of the episodes of Star Trek revolved around the idea of at what point does a Starfleet captain abandon these principles in order to save their crew or to save their life or to save their ship or whatever it is. And that often was a source of the drama in Star Trek, was like, is this captain really going to live up to those principles? And that's what science fiction used to be about. And that's why I admired it, because it acknowledged that we have these failings as what we are. There's a great scene in Star Trek Deep Space Nine between Quark and Odo, it was in the episode Chimera, which was in, I think, season 6, if memory serves. And it's an episode in which Odo is encountered by another changeling who's sort of wandering through the universe. Well, this changeling appears and has a very racist attitude towards all solids. The changeling being they can become any shape they want to be, right? And he hates all of Odo's friends. He hates the crew of the Deep Space Nine because, and all he's kind of like a Wookiee, honestly. He just lectures them about how they overpopulate all their planets, and they chase out all the wildlife, and they destroy everything, and they're all racist and bigots, and screw them. And he tells Odo, like, I like hanging out with you, but I don't want to hang out with any of your other solid friends. Like, screw them. And it becomes this major point of contention in the show. And there's a scene in which the name of the character is Laws, the other changeling. He morphs into fog. He becomes fog. And literally all of the promenade on Deep Space Nine is suddenly got this mist floating, and all the people are unsettled by this. Like, what the hell is this? And then Odo comes out, well, it's Laws. He's being fog. And Quark is like, why? This is creepy. It's weird, And so Odo says, Laws, okay, come out of it. Like, assume human form again. Like, don't do this. And Laws becomes humanoid form again. And he's like, what? I was just relaxing. And Odo's like, well, you can't do that. It makes people uncomfortable. And he's like, why? I wasn't doing anything. I wasn't hurting anybody. He's like, well, you can't, and it results in a couple of Klingons coming up and trying to stab him at Laws, and Laws fights back and kills one of the Klingons, and it kind of creates a big dramatic issue of the episode. The point is, it results in a conversation in which Quark is visiting Odo's office, and Odo is really upset. He's really upset because basically Captain Sisko and the rest of the human, we all want Laws to be punished for his crime. And this bothers Odo because it was sort of self-defense in his view, and it was racism against changelings. And so he's talking to Quark about it. And Quark is like, listen, Odo, you would do well to just not do something like that ever on the promenade. And Odo says, why not? It's my nature. I have every right to be who I am. And Quark says, listen, Odo, we evolved from predators. We evolved from primates, okay? Our genes our ancestors learned the hard way that what you don't know could kill you, okay? So when we see a changeling doing weird shit like being missed on the promenade, it's more than our poor old genes can handle, okay? And it's like, it's such an interesting conversation because it's teasing out that idea of like, even in this lofty federation, what are the limits of those ideals? At what point does our primitive tribalism take over? This is the kind of storytelling the Wokies are destroying. Like, this is what they are destroying with this bizarre mind virus that they've all fallen ill under. Because there's not really any easy or correct answer in that episode. It's like there's kind of bigotry on both sides in that episode. Laws is bigoted towards the solids, and humans are less inclined to hear his defense because of the kind of foreignness of what changelings are. So it's just, so I guess I bring that up just to point out that, like, that's why I love Star Trek, because it acknowledges this failing in us. And so to some extent, the culture war is a result of that. The Wokies have decided that all problems in the universe come from racism. This is actually a very common thing in human thinking. We tend to have low resolution views of things. And the worst collectivist movements always do this, right? Marx figured out in his view that the problem in society was the haves and the have-nots. It was the workers are being oppressed. The proletariat is being oppressed by the higher classes and the bourgeoisie, and that's bad. That's the source of all badness in society. The World War II villain decided that it was international Jewry that was conspiring against the world, and that was the source of all the problem. The Prohibition movement in early America believed that alcohol was the source of all poverty, sickness, domestic abuse, all of it. That was all the source of alcohol. And if we could just get rid of alcohol, then it would solve all of our crime problems. And the wokies in our modern civilization have decided that identity politics is the source of all pain and misery in our world. And if we can just all apologize and commiserate enough, it'll solve it. They're all wrong. They were all wrong, and will have been or will be proven wrong. So anyway, that's all I have to say about that. Melodic Method disagrees with Star Fury. It says the cats are yet another self-insertion. They are cats. You're saying they are cats? Well, that could be. That was an accident. That was a slip. Look, it's so weird. It's like, I'm just talking about history. I'm not, you can't even be like, you can't even just talk about history intellectually on YouTube because of the algorithm tripwires. But whatever. Wrangler said, we're still a small channel, so we can kind of get away with it. But Wrangler says, how many Klingons have said songs will be sung of the... You're right, Wrangler. Songs will be sung of this day. Yes, they are. They're very musical, the Klingons. I'll bet you if you asked Akiva Goldsman or Alex Kurtzman, that they wouldn't have ever known that. Like, they wouldn't have even known that. They would have been like, oh, the Klingons don't sing. So we think it's really funny that they're made to sing. Well, wait a minute. The Klingons do sing. What? They do? Yeah, they sing Klingon opera. He's like, oh, well, anyway, so we're going to do this episode about how they're singing to auto. Oh, fuck this guy. They don't. I can promise you this. They don't care. Like, they don't care. Well, like, it's like but they are losing. They are losing. So anyway, what else we got in the stack of stuff? Redoubt with that bizarre picture of the doctor giving birth to the doctor. What are we doing, folks? Okay. Oh, did I missed it. There's more comments. Redoubt says, Neconomics, my man. Neconomics. Wrangler says, unfortunately, we are now coming to a point where kids are growing up knowing nothing but the message, and they are freaking trapped. I'll tell you something. That's why we're fighting back, folks. That's why we ain't taking it no more. That's why so many listen, I did not found this channel to fight wokeness. Trust me. That is not the purpose of this channel. But we are in this fight. We're in this fight because I can't hardly, Godzilla on its own was the best movie of the year, one of the best films I've ever seen. I loved it. I can't praise it enough. And that is quite independent of like just the bad shit I've seen. But even comparing it, like, it's so rare now to see a film that good. It is so rare to see a film that good. It's rarer than it's ever been, right? And so if I want to see good movies and read good books, like, we've got to fight back, and we've got to fight back this tyranny, this mental police tyranny that we're all going through. And here's what I will say. The Iron Age is part of the solution because we're building new things. We're telling new stories. There is hope. There is hope in this and this is why, the political side of things, I used to be very much more of a political wonk, and I was very interested in all the horse races. I have a lot less interest in that anymore. I really do think that, like, culture is what we have to take back. We have to continue to tell these stories, right? And we don't have, and this is the beauty of like, the beauty of the truth is that in a free and open marketplace of ideas, we win every time. Godzilla wins every time. That's just the facts. The facts are we win in the marketplace of ideas. The only way, to the extent that Disney and others have had success, is because they are colluding. These corporations and governments are colluding with each other to prevent honest reviews on Rotten Tomatoes, to prevent, YouTube channels that criticize them from being seen, to prevent people from being on Twitter that are saying the wrong things, to like literally force and suppression are the only things that allow their ideas to succeed. Now, what does that tell you? What does that tell you? So, by fighting back and pushing back and inflicting defeat after defeat after defeat, we are creating an alternative marketplace of ideas. And one more advantage that I think accrues to us is that we are the ones that believe in abundance. What do I mean by that? I mean that nature, by its very nature, creates with exuberance and abundance and joy. Look around you. Look around a forest. Look around your yard. Look around. It is filled with life. It is filled with life. Life creates with in the words of Ian Malcolm in Jurassic Park, he's like, life, it breaks barriers. It breaks through it. It solves things. Life finds a way. Life finds a way. Life creates with abundance and exhilaration and happiness. By its nature, it's we humans with some of our weird mental patterns that like tamp that down. You look at children. Children are filled with joy and excitement. They sing when they feel like singing. They play games that are fantastical and silly because that's what's inside all of us. And that to me is life wanting to create. That is life yearning for creation. The woke mind virus is the opposite. It wants to scale down humanity. It wants to remove things. It wants revenge on things. It wants less happiness and less joy. You ever notice like the happier a fan community is, the more they attract the wokies. The more the wokies start to get pissed because they're all about bitterness and resentment, right? And what are all the things that they approve of? They approve of all the things that are like anti-human. They want to depopulate the human race is what they want. They think there's too many of us. We've ruined the planet. Everything's a disaster. Everything's a catastrophe. So what is the advantage that accrues to us? Well, it is that we create with abundance. And that's what we have to do is, we have to, I guess what I'm kind of saying is normies have more kids. So if we can wake up the normies, right? And like, you gotta pay attention. That we are past the era where you could just sit the kids in front of Disney and and trust that they were going to get good messages. They're not. They're not going to get good messages. We have to take responsibility for the next generation. And I think that's education. Like, I think we have to take back all of it. And that is why I make a point of calling it out, right? Because it's like, we have to identify and listen, I don't think the purpose of stories is to download messages on people. I think the purposes of stories are to explore ideas and to inspire and to excite and really probably at their highest aspiration is fun. Stories are fun. They should be fun. Starfury says, war, what is it good for? Oh, no. Hide that comment. No, Starfury, shots fired. Culture war, you refer to. And it will be an internecine one at that. Redoubt says, you strengthen the culture. You strengthen the morale of the people. Agreed, Redoubt. That is what we do. I don't know if you're referring to me specifically, but certainly that is my aspiration. That is my goal. That is our purpose and our pledge. Here on the Swords and Starships channel, live on YouTube, Rumble, and X, formerly Twitter. Now, I had more for you. Folks, it's like, as I mentioned in the early parts of the stream, like they're losing badly. They're losing badly. And here's more evidence of it, as if you need more evidence. There we go. This from Screen Rant, Aquaman 2 early box office projections continue disastrous 2023 for DC movies. Box office projections for DC Studios' upcoming Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom hint at yet another disappointing project for DC's 2023 release slate. Now, in this case, is it specifically Listen, I think there's a certain degree of the woke rot that is infected. Just Hollywood culture has infected the DCEU, but this is definitely a failure of bad storytelling. I think that James Gunn has so mangled. He has so mangled the DCEU with his mixed messages. That is one of the most bizarre. I don't know if it's a reboot. I don't know what it is, but his takeover of DC. At first I thought his engagement with the fans seemed healthy, because his fans would say, "Oh, what are you going to do with this? And what are you going to do with that?" And he'd be like, "Well, more on that soon. And we're listening to this and we're thinking about that." Okay, well, he's not labeling them a bunch of racists and shut the hell up, nerd. So that's a good sign, right? But then he's like, "Okay, well, we're not doing Henry Cavill Superman." "Oh, so you're rebooting it?" "Nope, we're not rebooting it." "Oh, okay, so you're continuing the DCU?" "I didn't say that." So you're continuing some of it, not all of it?" "Well, maybe some of it and maybe some of all of it. I don't know." He has it's the most, and so there's no investment in this franchise. I think shared universes are on the way out, folks. Unless we continue to have great stories like Godzilla Minus One, that has shared universe potential, in my view. But that's because it's earning it. It's earning it movie by movie. It is a bottom-up approach. You cannot, these dumb executives, they just get a hold of this stuff and "Oh, well, I need a shared universe too." So here's what's going on. Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom's early box office projections indicate that it may be another monumental bomb for Warner Brothers and DC Studios. All three of DC Studios' previous 2023 releases, including Shazam, Fury of the Gods, The Flash, and Blue Beetle, have disappointed at the box office, suggesting a major trend of underperformance. Factors such as the early announcement of the DC Universe reboot and the WGA and SAG-AFTRA, the Film Actors Guild strikes, have contributed to the struggles of DC Studios projects in 2023. Early box office projections suggest that Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom not looking good. Let's grab. Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom has been produced on a budget of $205 million, meaning that the project needs to make at least double that, at least $410 million to break even. So that's their first problem. That is their first problem. They feel they are entitled to success. And also, Flash was one of the most soulless movies I think I've seen since the last soulless MCU project I've seen, or DCU project. But that Blue Beetle movie, what a pile of garbage was that movie. Just garbage. Just no story structure, no hero's arc, just cringe. Oh, okay. He brings his grandma to battle with him. It's what the... His freaking grandma in Blue Beetle saves him at one point. "Oh, mi abuela, she saved me." It's so stupid. That poor kid was emasculated in that movie. Anyway, so on top of the fact that they have a ridiculous budget, like all these bloated boondoggles, they're doing reshoots in response to test screenings that evidently didn't garner the response that DC Studios was hoping for. While Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom's budget isn't the most sizable for DC Studios, it's only $200 million. It's that's peanuts. How can you even make a movie on that? It does spell bad news when considering the film's early box office projections. According to Box Office Pro, Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom is on track to bake between 32 and 42 million domestically in its first opening weekend, with a total range of between $105 and $168 million. Taking into account the film's $205 million budget, those projected numbers are abysmal and hint at Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom being a monumental box office bomb. Folks, I think it's going to be worse. I think people have just had it with this shit. And the problem is, all you needed to do was adapt the source material. That's all you need to do. But you have all these wackos that are telling you, well, that's problematic. And then you have all these wannabe auteurs who are just stuffed in there. And I just want to make my movie. These Rian Johnson soccer ball headed losers that think that their job is to go subvert all the expectations or insert all their inane, stupid philosophies about immigration or what identity politics or whatever bullshit. And then you have these executives that are running things through the algorithm wood chipper and just stuffing money into every problem without ever understanding what good story structure is. And meanwhile, everything they need to know about what they're doing wrong is free and available on a multitude of YouTube channels with people in their bedrooms or their offices doing a better job explaining to these very highly paid executives and bean counters why they're failing. And all their only response to that is screw you, all you toxic fans. Well, you could just choke on it. You can just live in the bed. That's your bed. You made it. And so I kind of love seeing Aquaman. Blue Beetle. I'm really tired of these movies wasting my time. Like, I'm really tired of them wasting my time and then treating me like shit. just for even being, oh, well, you just don't like Latinos in movies. It's like, no, like, I don't like bad movies. So anyway, Old Man Nixon is in the chat. Evening, peeps. Hail, Old Man Nixon, a captain salute. Welcome aboard. Redoubt Productions says, and maybe I missed the earlier comment. Oh, let's try this one. Many stories once had mentors, be it protagonist mentors or someone, once the main character is becoming the mentor to the next generation. We don't see healthy mentorships in fiction anymore. The perfect example of that is like Spider-Man and Miles Morales. Like, what if Miles Morales had just been another, he got bitten by, could be an interdimensional spider or another spider, like someone recreates the spider that bit Peter Parker, that bites Miles Morales, and then Miles Morales becomes like a sidekick for Peter Parker, and Peter Parker trains him and mentors him, and then Miles Morales becomes the second generation Spider-Man, sort of like the character in Batman Beyond is mentored by an aging Bruce Wayne who just can't really do it anymore. He just can't physically do it anymore. And so he's training the young, like, you can do that. And it works really well. And I think that's a great story. Like, one of my favorite films is The Mask of Zorro, in which, kind of a worn out and aging Diego de la Vega has to train a new Zorro and pass the torch onto him. And it's such a great, it's an excellent film for kind of like, master training apprentice. It's awesome. This is what the Star Wars sequels should have been. Now, here's the problem that they have, though, Redoubt, is they don't pay respects to the legacy characters. Have you noticed this? Because and I think this feeds into also kind of the sick mental attitude of a lot of modernity, of this modern culture. Because you've probably seen, as I have seen in a lot of these movies, you have children are always lecturing their parents. Have you noticed this? It's like sometimes it ranges from benign to like woke dumpster fire. This is the classic trope you see in all these movies now, right? It'll be like a 12-year-old girl, right? And her dad will tell her something like, did you do your homework? Of course, Dad, my homework was done last night. And I already got an A on that test. You already saw the report card. Don't you remember? By the way, Dad, you're supposed to take your vitamins and you need to be eating healthier. Oh, I forgot. Oh, I stocked the fridge with spinach. It's like, and so this is what you always see. And the reason this strikes me is because, I happened to stumble upon like a classic, 1950s TV show. And it was like Leave It to Beaver or Dennis the Menace, something like that. Right. And I just happened to see like a very cozy scene of like, well, now Dennis, his father's like, you shouldn't have done that, Dennis. You shouldn't be bothering old Mr. Matthews or whoever it is. Right. I forget who is the neighbor that hates Dennis anyway. And he's just like, now you shouldn't have done that because blah, blah, blah. And he gives him like a moral lesson. He's teaching his son a moral lesson. And I'm like, see, this is what we used to understand as the proper role of parent and child. You know, the parent was up here explaining to the child why their behavior was wrong and what they, the Brady Bunch. That's a classic example. The Brady Bunch. That was often the story. It's like the parents have to, explain to the kids why things went bad when they did something bad, right? So that's number one. It's like you have kids lecturing parents, and then you have like Ant-Man, where his SJW daughter, who's just gone to jail because she's being a violent protester, and she deserves to go to jail for that. And she's lecturing her father, who literally saved half of all of existence. She's lecturing him in Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantum Knot. You don't do enough, Dad. You don't do enough. And it's like, so this is the trend, right? So they don't know how to write that story. They don't know how to write the story of the wise mentor passing the torch. And so what you get is you really get The Last Jedi, where Rey is maybe not, she kind of does lecture Luke a little bit, but she's kind of indirectly showing him how wrong he is. And then you get Star Trek Picard, where Picard literally is like a dementia patient who has escaped the dementia ward and is being browbeaten by Raffi, and all the other stupid characters in Picard that are lecturing him about how. And so what was amazing about Picard season 3 is that if you hadn't watched Picard season 1 and 2, you can't even believe the night and day difference. Like, just the fact that Picard is able to, give an order that is effective, that was like a striking difference. It was like, but there was a sense of like the young generation are not giving the legacy their due. And that was the problem with the Star Wars sequel trilogy. It's the problem with all these properties. There is a way to pass the torch gracefully. In fact, in a way that's fun and delightful for the viewers. But you have to understand that the newcomers are the newcomers. They're the noobs. That is as it should be. And until they're not noobs, they're noobs. Star Fury says, sadly, the DCEU is dead on arrival, and so I want another Batman year one. Anyone? I'm totally with you. I have never had, of all the apathy I feel towards things lately, I am absolutely apathetic towards the DC universe. Like, and it really, like, I'm going to tell you that when Henry Cavill was announced, which this is so bizarre, but he gets announced as he's going to be in another Superman movie. And he's in an interview saying, this time it's going to be hopeful, it's going to be optimistic, and it's going to have joy. Those are the three words he used: hopeful, optimistic, joy. And I was like, this guy, this is going to be great. Like, that warmed my heart. And it was like, this is going to be a great Superman movie if they followed through on that vision. And then what's the next thing that happens? They announce that they're scrapping the Henry Cavill Superman. That was literally the moment where I'm like, all right, go straight to hell, DCU. I've got no time for you anymore, because frankly, the DCU was never that good. Like, they were always trying to replicate what Marvel was doing without earning it. Like, the fact that they rushed the Justice League with Batman v Superman, that was such a mistake. That was just such a stupid mistake. It's like, you needed to have Batman, then you needed to have Superman, then you do Batman v Superman, and then, maybe you have Wonder Woman, and then maybe you have Justice League, but only if you're doing well with that formula, piece by piece by piece. So they were already on thin ice, and then James Gunn comes in there and just mucks everything up, and it's like, you know what? I don't care. Why should I watch The Flash? It's not going to matter. There's not going to be any point to it. We've dumped the Henry Cavill Superman, so why do I care if Zod shows up in the Flash movie? I don't. So yeah, I could give a shit. I could really give a shit. And listen, I'm not against shared universes either. Like, I think the Marvel Cinematic Universe phases 1 through 3 was genius. That was a genius achievement. But it was because there was a method and a vision for it. And it was done carefully. It was done piece by piece. And not every, and as the great Grizzy observed in his last video, nobody was saying that the Marvel phases 1 through 3 were all gold. They weren't. Like, some of those were, Like what would I say is the worst film in Marvel Phase 1 through 3? If I had to say it, and I have to dig deep here. I have to dig deep. Probably Ant-Man and the Wasp is probably the worst Phases 1 through 3 film, unless I'm forgetting something. I'm trying to think if there's any. Oh, wait, there was Captain Marvel, was technically. I can vaguely remember some things that happened in Captain Marvel. I cannot, for the life of me, remember almost anything that happened in Ant-Man and the Wasp. So I don't know. I probably am going to say Ant-Man and the Wasp was the least enjoyable of Phase 1 through 3 for me. And no particular reason, just like, I was never that wild about Ant-Man anyway. Like the first Ant-Man film was a fun Golden Fleece heist story. And that's fine. That's a great role for Ant-Man, but it was good. I enjoyed it. It was a fun heist movie, but like that's what they should have kept the Ant-Man character as. He should have been a kind of Ocean's 11 type of character. You know, those are the kind of things he should have been doing. Heist capers, like when Scott Lang is sort of being a thief, that's actually when he's the funnest as a character, I think. Like he was very good in Captain America Civil War. He was very good in the Avengers as a kind of dopey thief character. And kind of a Captain America sycophant, I thought was kind of fun too. He's like because I'm kind of with Scott. Like when he's like, wow, he's like Rocket Raccoon's like, he's really good at those speeches. And then Scott Lang's like, right? And he really was. The fact that Captain America was really actually very good as a leader and giving like, you know, pep talks, and that was one of the best parts of that character in the first phases. So yeah, what is the best film in Phases 1 through 3? I would probably say objectively as a just overall objective critique of a film, probably Captain America the Winter Soldier is the best film in Phases 1 through 3. But my favorite, probably the first Avengers film. Probably the very first, but I don't know. Captain America Civil War is close. I love Civil War. I really did. So anyway, apropos of nothing. But yeah, so there you go. Star Fury says, yeah, wait, got that one. Redoubt says, case in point, why didn't the DC just do a live action Batman Beyond? You get Keaton and you get the new lead, build a series. Oh, God, that's a great idea, Redoubt. That's a great idea. And it's so simple. It's a layup. It's a layup. This is why, you know, this was the thing, you know, every one of these dumb movies I watch or dumb shows, you know, I always have like kind of my thoughts, and there are many, as you know, if you've been watching this channel, you know the Captain is a man of many thoughts, but there's always kind of one singular thought that most of my thinking coalesces around, you know? And in the case of the Marvels, the thing that just I was thinking as I was watching it, it's like, man, these people are dumb. Like these writers, these creatives, they're so dumb. Like they don't understand space. They don't understand starships. They don't understand Nick Fury's character. They don't understand how to do an action scene. They don't understand story structure. They don't understand interesting villains. They think all of this is cute and funny, and it's not. Like, and they have a litany. They have a litany of failures behind them to teach them this lesson, and they still don't get it. And they did all these reshoots, and they did all these re-edits, and they did all these test screenings, and they still can't make a story work. And I'm like, these are dumb people. Like, that was my only thought. And so I'm like, this is what's incredible to me. This is my new kind of like opinion of what's going. Like, these are fucking dumb people writing this shit. Like, why can't you just do what fucking works, you morons? Just do what works. It's not rocket science. You know, it's like I watch Godzilla Minus One and I'm like, dude, it's not now when I say it's not that hard, I don't mean that it doesn't take skill and talent and craftsmanship, but I'm saying in terms of the theory of it, just the theory of how stories work. It's not that hard, folks. So anyway, I agree with you, Redoubt. I agree. Just, you know, because, you know, the Marvels was not like, of all the woke garbage I've watched this year, it wasn't the wokest or the most, you know, it was just honestly, they just threw shit in a blender is basically what that movie, that was just a blender of shit. That's basically all it was. It was just it was like, oh, wow, they mangled this one. They really mangled this thing, and they finally, I think what happened is, I think they reshot and re-edited the Marvels until they just gave up. I think they just gave up. They just were like, it's getting worse. It's not getting better. Like, we've got Nick Fury. We have a loudspeaker announcement in the film in which it's saying, don't be afraid, let the Flurkins eat you. That was probably the moment, right? That's probably the moment in the editing room when they're like, there's no way to win this one. Like, just let's just put this one behind us. Let's just, okay, final cut. Let's put this one behind us. So that was how I felt about it. So I'm watching the Marvels, and I'm not like as offended as I've ever been. I'm just like, God, these are not talented, not competent, and just not very bright people that are doing this. Because, in fact, on that subject, I think I might still have this headline. I think I might still have it. Where is it? What was the quote? It was the casting director of, I think it was like casting director of Doctor Who. Okay. I'm just going to give you an example of why I say, and I mean this literally, I'm not being hyperbolic. I literally mean this, like low IQ. These are dumb people. Now, they may have other areas of their life where they excel. They might be, a good mother, good father. I don't know. But if they're not transing their kid. Anyway, what I would say is there might be areas of their life where they're successful in the realm of making films. Extraordinarily not bright. Extraordinarily not bright. Here we go. I think I found it. This from Screen Rant. Let me just pull this up for you. Here we go. And I'm sorry, Whovians. But to my beloved Whovian audience members, I'm not trying to add to your pain, believe me. But in case you didn't know, Isaac Newton is this dude in just. Why do they hate us? Why do they hate us? Anyway, so Doctor Who's casting director responds to Isaac Newton casting backlash in Wild Blue Yonder episode. The casting director of Doctor Who responds to the recent backlash surrounding one casting decision in the show's Wild Blue Yonder special. As Doctor Who awaits the release of season 14, the show is currently airing, blah, 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 blah. Oh, filler. Padding your word count there, Screen Rant. After Wild... let's see. I gotta wade through all their filler to get to like where they're actually talking about the headline. Speaking with Digital Spy, casting director Andy Pryor says that it's sad that we're in a time where people villainize minorities. Because what happened is they race swapped Isaac Newton in a Doctor Who goes back in time to visit the real historical Isaac Newton. Look, folks. It's like, and believe me, I'm not talking to you, my beloved audience. I'm facetiously talking to these idiots like Andy Pryor. Sir, we have paintings. We have paintings of Sir Isaac Newton. We know what he looked like, you fucking moron. Like you absolute moron. We know what these people looked like. But no, let's hear this mental midget. Let's hear this brave and stunning individual defend his professional choice. This is a man who claims this is his profession, is casting the right person for the right role. And it's sad that we're in a time where people villainize minorities. Pryor went on to express the importance of giving people a voice on screen. No, yes. You love giving a voice to people. You love giving a voice to people unless it's, I don't know, Doctor Who fans. If it's a Doctor Who fan who has a question for Russell T Davies, well, then it's tough shit, go away, fuck you. So these people they're absolute liars. They are absolute liars. They're gaslighters. They're toxic. Is what they are. They are everything they accuse us of being. It's exactly what describes them to a T. Yes, seeing one's identity reflected on screen can be a huge lifeline for some people. You poor minorities. You need my casting choice to live a happy life. It's sad. I'm also very, very happy to block people on Twitter. I don't really have time for bigotry at all. It then becomes even more important to give people a voice and for people to be represented, especially for young people growing up who might be trans. What the fuck does that have to do with Isaac Newton, you dumbass? Or from any minority. If they can see themselves on screen, then that can be a huge lifeline for some people. That can make them feel part of the world, which indeed they are. And thank God they have me to tell them that. Because if they didn't, well, those poor, helpless minorities, they wouldn't know. They wouldn't know. Social media is a bit of a dangerous place because I think people can get sucked into saying things that I don't know that they really, truly believe. It just becomes a game for them. Unfortunately, real life isn't a game. And I think it's important. You're making a Doctor Who episode featuring a historical figure who you have misrepresented as an ancestry he's not, and you're telling us about real life. Who are you talking to? Andy Pryor? You more like, who are you talking to? You're not talking to me. And I think it's important to stand up for people who are marginalized. Why do you think the man who is playing Sir Isaac Newton is marginalized, Mr. Pryor? Why do you think that? You're the one that said he's marginal. Did I say he's marginalized? Like, we didn't say he's marginalized. So listen to the subtext of what he's saying. He's basically saying, like, well, I gave him a role that doesn't fit him because of his skin color, because he's marginalized, and other young people who look like him are helpless, and they need to feel inspired in life. And so for them to feel inspired and represented, I am going to change this character and make him like this because he's a poor marginalized minority. Like, I think this attitude towards individuals is sick, Mr. Pryor. But Mr. Pryor wasn't done. Oh, here it comes. Growing up as a gay man, I am aware that as anybody else of how this stuff makes you feel when you see it, how that negativity can affect you. I don't really think anyone should have to go through it. Is this idiot saying that growing up as a gay man, seeing a straight man on screen was ruining his life? Is that what he's saying? Like, this is so nonsensical. It's so nonsensical. So anyway, that is his stunning and brave defense of misrepresenting the ancestry. But see, this, leaving aside the just general mental insanity and delusion that is the woke mind virus and far left progressive insanity, just leaving that aside, the howling at the moon lunacy of these people, this all is illustrative of one additional point, which is this would never go the other way. This would never go the other way. In other words, if you took a black historical figure, let's just say Harriet Tubman. We have an episode where Doctor Who goes back to see Harriet Tubman, and she's played by, well, certainly it would never be a white person. Of course, that would basically be a war crime. That would be a war crime. That would genocide has been committed. So let's just not go too crazy with this example. But let's say it was an Asian actress. It is a lovely Japanese actress is playing Harriet Tubman. That would never happen. They would never do that. That would because I thought we should represent Asian. Oh, but that's different. That's different, right? So in other words, they don't. So that is what reveals that there's no actual vision for this movement. That this is not a movement with a vision for humanity, right? Because if there was a vision of like everyone's equal, everyone's represented, then the door would swing both ways. But it doesn't, because that's not what this is about. This is about getting revenge on what is perceived to be the oppressor, which in this case, as they would put it, it's this white male, which is bad. It's very bad. Now, why do I bring up this story? Because this is a dumb person. Because here's the deal, right? It's like, if I, okay, let's dial it back. I'm just going to be a very civilized and rational human being. And I'm just going to pretend I'm in the break room over there at BBC headquarters. And I'm just having a conversation with this guy. And he's like, I think I'm going to cast this wonderful, let's just, whatever his ethnicity is, because I don't know. I don't know. I just know it's not European. And he says, I'm going to cast this guy. I'm like, oh, okay. What part's he going to play? He's going to play Isaac Newton. Wait, what? Isaac Newton was an Englishman in the 1600s. That doesn't quite fit. That's not how Isaac Newton would look. We have paintings. We should cast an actor who fits with that origin. He's like, no, I'm going to do this. It's like, well, that's not realistic. And this guy's answer is, well, I think representation is important. These people have no understanding of why everything they make turns to crap. They're genuinely surprised. They're shocked. They don't understand it. And that is not an indicator of high intelligence to me. That's not an indicator of intelligence. Like, that's an indicator of low IQ. Like, that's low IQ. When you can't understand why you're being criticized for something, even if you don't agree, you don't have to agree. You could say, well, I understand the criticism. I don't agree. That's fine. But to not even understand why people are critiquing this, and to just say, my job as a casting director, which is to find the best actor for the part, and I went and found the exact wrong actor. And my response to that is, well, when someone says, Sir Isaac Newton did not look like this, and your response is, well, I just think it's very sad that people hate minorities. What? Like, nobody hates minorities? What are you talking about? Anyway, nobody pours one out for the redheads, is all I'm saying. What else we got in the chat? I'm probably getting behind. On the subject of Batman, Starfury says, but we also could have had Keaton as the Dark Knight Returns, a grizzled Batman having his last hurrah as the Batman, handing Superman his ass and explaining to him how he could have taken... Oh, dude, another great idea. The chat is so Redoubt has the idea if we could do Batman Beyond with Michael Keaton, and then we have Starfury, we could do the Dark Knight Returns. And I'm going to tell you something. Something about the Dark Knight Returns story, which I have read and I've seen the animated show, and it's so good. It's so, I take that back. I haven't read it. I saw the animated film, and it was great. For some reason, this is the Waterloo of Batman creatives, because I think Nolan made this mistake. I think Zack Snyder made this mistake of trying to do a mishmash of the Dark Knight Returns without actually doing it. Right. And I think that The Dark Knight Rises it's still a Nolan film. So it's still a pretty awesome film for the most part. However, it's not a good Batman film. And it was a huge disappointment as a trilogy ender for what he had set up with those first two marvelous films. And then you have Batman v Superman, which for me was a disaster. That film was awful. It was soul crushing. I hated it. And I liked Man of Steel. I liked elements of I liked elements of Batfleck. You know, I wasn't totally warm to Batfleck yet, but I was warming up to Batfleck in that movie. And the mistake they make, you just adapt it. Just adapt what is in the damn book. Just adapt it. Like, why do you keep mangling it? You know, either do it or don't do it is my point. And they keep making this mistake. So, but I love that idea, Starfear. I think that would have been so cool. I got to tell you, listen, we have seen the old, you know, aging character trotted out a lot of times. We've seen aging Luke. We've seen aging Picard. We've seen aging, Indiana Jones. This is Harrison Ford. I'm going to have another adventure with Phoebe Waller-Bridge. I really appreciate you coming out to see my movie. What movie is this for? I don't really care. I don't care. We keep getting these aging characters, right? And it's like, I got to tell you though, Michael Keaton in The Flash, surprisingly, was like he had a lot of, what's the word I'm looking for? Vim, you know, a lot of zip. So even though like physically I knew, okay, the moves are CGI, like that's not him doing that, obviously, but he had the kind of screen presence of the Batman still. And I thought that was pretty impressive actually for Michael Keaton to like, he really did have a lot of energy. So I agree that like that could totally work. He is actually really good as a grizzled Batman. I got to hand it to you. And on that subject, it's like Picard in the first 2 seasons of Picard it's one of the saddest things I've ever seen because like Patrick Stewart seems so tired in every scene. He's, oh, Robbie, I'm sorry. I tried to save the Romulans. And I just, I don't know what to do. It's like, I don't want to see this. Like, this isn't fun anymore. I don't want to play anymore. I'm like, oh, no, don't do this to Picard. I remember Picard who was like, this far, no farther. The line must be drawn here. Well, what's amazing about Picard season 3 is I literally did not think that Patrick Stewart was capable of like capturing any of like the old Picard. And I was wrong because like with the right direction and the right script, he did. He actually he wasn't full-blown Picard, but also the story was tailored to that. Like it was very clear in the story. He's not as good as he once was, but he's as good once as he ever was, is kind of the way they played it, to quote Toby Keith, that is the way to do it. And I was surprised that he could pull that off, but like that seems to be increasingly rare. Like Harrison Ford in Indiana Jones 4, The Dial of Destiny, which was that was not a very exciting destiny. He was very slow. Like he did not seem very excited to be there. And so, he was better in Force Awakens than he was in Dial of Destiny. So, yeah, Star Fury pointing out, I have a particular love for both Year One and The Dark Knight Returns, as do, I've never seen Year One. I've never read Year One, but I do love The Dark Knight Returns. That was a brilliant story. But, the other problem with The Dark Knight Returns is it's kind of a one-off. It's almost a kind of what-if story because it's like, what if Superman made Batman hang up the cape? And it's glorious. I mean, it's wonderful to read. But it's just how I think that's a challenge. Like, that's a trilogy ender. Like that. So the odd thing is, like, I think that if Christopher Nolan had just leaned into that and I don't know how you'd get around having Superman in it, but if you could get around that plot point, but maybe that's the problem. Like the story does not work without Superman. Like it doesn't work without Superman because you have to have Superman telling Batman on pain of death, you're not going to be Batman anymore. That's the only way that it works, I think. So I think that's the problem with Christopher Nolan and Zack Snyder's take on this is like, yeah, the idea that Superman forced Bruce into retirement is badass. The idea that Bruce Wayne clocked in about 8 months as the Dark Knight and then got sad and hung it up for 8 years is pathetic. It's pathetic. Redoubt Production says, I see it in the field of history. People scoff, quote, people such and such years ago were so stupid. They didn't have insert 21st century tech, sheer hubris from the uninformed. Now, Gary over there at Neurotic and Forbidden Frontiers may disagree with me on this. Graham Hancock. Graham Hancock is who I'm thinking of. Might disagree with me on this, but I don't subscribe to the aliens built the pyramids theory. I just don't. Like, I think that's silly. I think that now I do think he's onto something with the whole idea of like an even more advanced civilization going way further back into history than we realize. Now that I can get on board with and makes a lot of sense. It's possible. I'm interested. I'm open to it. I'm open to that idea. And I will, unlike the actual intelligentsia of the academic world, I will go where the evidence follows. If the evidence suggests that, yes, there was this other, I want to hear it. I'm open to it. Now, but this idea that just because we can't figure out how they built the pyramids, well, that must mean that, we can't figure out how the islanders on Easter Island raised these heads, these statues on Easter Island. Just because we can't figure it out means they couldn't do it. Well, that's bullshit. I don't believe that at all. Like, I think that the ancients, in some ways, I think were actually smarter than we are. I think that because they had less to work with, in the same way that Takashi Yakizama, working on Godzilla Minus One, was working with, and it sounds like now, even a far smaller budget than 15 million. He is working on a micro budget compared to what these massive companies would have to do an American Godzilla film. He's on a micro budget. And I think that brings out the best in people. That brings out their creativity. It means they're hungry. It means they want to realize their vision. Make sure I'm pronouncing his name right. I think I said it right. Yamazaki. So I misspoke. Yamazaki, I'm saying. So Yamazaki, he literally was rolling up his sleeves and doing a lot of the work on special effects himself on that movie, according to what I've been reading. So that's the difference. When you have less to work with and you've got to be creative, it unlocks your potential. It drives you forward. The problem with Hollywood is they're bloated, they're old, they're ossified, they're blinkered by their sick ideology. So like they're an aging, tired, ossified, dinosaur is what they are. They're the old, and they hate to hear this in Hollywood, but they're old. They're the old model. They can't quite, they're just not hip anymore to how to tell stories. They don't know what to do. They have bloated budgets. They wasted on craft service and God knows what else. DEI budgets, intimacy coordinators, COVID protocols, just all this garbage that they forced on us, by the way. Nobody was crying for these things except them. So it's a self-inflicted wound. So I just view like we in the 21st century have so much, we have so much capability that I honestly think it strips us of some of our creativity. That's my opinion on the ancients. Melodic Method says that was a gut punch when they scrapped Henry Cavill as Superman. Wasn't it though? I mean, especially what he was saying about, because while I did like Man of Steel, I did like that movie. I too did not like some of the darker elements of it. Like I really did not like how out of control the destruction of Metropolis was. I thought that was a failing of that movie. It was like, oh, just look how many buildings we're just destroying. And, so I did actually kind of like in Batman v Superman, I did actually like the sort of angle that Batman's, is in the middle of that happening when Zod is attacking Metropolis. So that was kind of cool. But then it goes off the rails. Yeah, because the problem with Batman v Superman is his reasoning for killing Superman just isn't good. That's the problem with it. But anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah. But I like, and I hated the way Jonathan Kent dies in Batman v. That was terrible. That was the worst thing in that movie is, his father telling him, no, let me die. First of all, I can't think of a more screwed up thing to do to your kid. Like that's horrible. He could have saved him and he's telling him, let me, like, that's so screwed up. Like I much prefer Smallville, where it's like he has a heart attack and that's what happens. Or that was the original Donner film. That was the original idea. It's like he died of a heart attack. Like if they retconned Uncle Ben's story to be that like the like the bad guy, the guy has a gun to Uncle Ben's head and Spider-Man can easily save him and Uncle Ben knows it, but he just tells him, no, Peter, stay there, and lets the guy shoot him. And then Peter's upset. Like that would have sucked. That would have been just awful. So yes, I have my problems with the Man of Steel. So what I liked about what Henry Cavill was saying is like, yeah, this is going to be hopeful. There's going to be joy in it. Oh, that would have been awesome. That would have been awesome. What are you talking about, Star Fury? The cow lick was so good. What? Okay. The cow lick. Never mind. I was for some reason I was thinking like salt lick. Because that's actually a thing that in ranching you give to cattle. You give them a block of salt. Horses, you give them a block of salt and they lick the salt. So for some reason I saw that and I was thinking salt lick. What are you talking about salt licks for? I'm a hick, Star Fury. I hail from the country originally. Anyway, I'm not proud of it. No, I'm just kidding. But yes, the Superman cowlick. Yes, that would, and that was at the end of Black Adam, was it not? That was cool. That was a very cool cameo. And it's like, I will say this: they were getting me interested. That Henry Cavill announcement, and then Black Adam was okay. It wasn't bad, actually. I kind of enjoyed the idea of a darker superhero that doesn't give a shit and just like, tears the enemies to shreds. I kind of enjoyed that element of the Black Adam film, of like he kind of doesn't apologize for what he is, which is kind of cool, and was setting up a nice conflict between him and Superman. That was neat. And then James Gunn comes in, takes a wrecking ball to all of it, and says, but please, go still see these stragglers that are coming out. Like, screw you, James Gunn. It's like, screw you. Like, who do you think we are? You just think that we're here to beg for your table scraps, don't you? You just think that our job is to be dumb plebes and go shuffling into the theater and just swallow whatever slop you serve, because there's plenty of diversity in it, and that's good for and that's saving lives. Screw you. Like, we don't owe you anything. Like, and so I really despise how entitled these people are. And like, oh, Rachel Zegler's out there talking about, well, I just think of these fans criticizing me, and I just have to remind myself they're just having a bad day, and I'm just making a movie. It's like, oh, you spoiled princess, you. Like, oh, you have such a hard life. It's like, no. That's the logic that a call center worker, of which I have been, that is the appropriate attitude of someone who is serving customers day in and day out and hearing them scream in their ear because the corporation that you work for has screwed them, and your job is to make them feel better about it. And so, yes, and you have no authority to help them. And so your job is to listen to them rip you apart as a human being and recognize it's not. No, that is when you have that attitude, Rachel, my dear. When you are a actress making millions of dollars and being a bitch to everyone on social media, and you feel like your life is hard, you know what? She's 22. I mean, come on. She's not, part of it is like, she's young. She just doesn't understand. She doesn't understand. I mean, I got to be honest with you. Does any 22-year-old that has lived their life with that amount of, these are the people that lecture us about privilege. But, you think about it, it's like, if the last 5 years of your life and you're 22 years old have been exorbitant wealth and exorbitant fame, and like all of this just handed to you, how can you possibly have a real sense of reality? I mean, I'm playing devil's advocate here. Like, the chances are well against you. But then again, you hear someone like Aman Vellani. Like, Aman Vellani had this quote. She's about the same age as Zegler, right? Roughly. What was her quote? Let me see if I can grab this. There it is. Yeah, there it is. What did she say? So Aman Vellani is talking about the problems with Marvel, roughly. She's not doing any kind of deep critique, but she just basically said, I don't know. I don't know if it's just about getting bigger and bigger and bigger, meaning these Marvel movies keep getting bigger and bigger because, as she puts it, like, what's left, I just think it's about making the audience care about their characters. I think they've established so many wonderful characters in the last phase of the MCU, disagree with her there, that it would be nice to see them all again and see them team up. So she's talking about the possibility, and she's like, you just need to care about the characters. Well, that's correct. That's correct. So I don't know. I guess maybe I'm giving Rachel Zegler too much credit. But then again, when I was 22, I was pretty dumb. So not that dumb. But I had not yet earned the fictional rank of captain. So, I had more seasoning to do. More seasoning was required. Where was I in the chat? You guys are having a great time in the chat. I love it. Melodic says Winter Soldier or Civil War. I can't pick the best of those two. I agree with you. I'm kind of stuck because Winter Soldier was just, I mean, it's kind of on the level of The Dark Knight for me in terms of just the technical perfection of that story and that character. Like that scene where he's escaping SHIELD was amazing. Like it's just, him taking on all the SHIELD agents just by himself on a motorcycle and throwing his shield. He takes out one of the, what did they call those things? I forget what they're called, but the Quinjet. He takes out an entire Quinjet with his freaking shield. It's so cool. So yeah, I love Winter Soldier. It's like dude, Nick Fury was the man. He was the man. He was the man in that movie. And now he's petting kitty cats. He's petting a kitty. But then you've got Civil War, which to me was one of the funnest. That was the funnest movie in phase 1 through 3. Like that's the most fun I've ever had. That, and I'll tell you something that I remember that movie stands out to me because, this was kind of before Marvel was talking about the race thing. Like this is before all the Black Panther insanity. And even when Black Panther came out, I personally don't think it was at it was getting there, but it wasn't like everyone was totally obsessed in my circles with like the racial issue of it. It was there, but it wasn't like we were being preached to, maybe I was just more out of the loop, but I'll just tell you that like, I remember my circle of friends and coworkers that I was hanging out with at that time, every ethnicity, every ancestry was represented, every single one. I was in a very eclectic group of people where I was living at that time, and we all loved talking about Marvel. Nobody was talking about the gender stuff. Nobody was talking about LGBT stuff. Nobody was talking about race. None of us. None of us. All we were talking about was how cool it was when, Falcon swooped in and then Spider-Man showed up and then the Winter Soldier was there and then Iron Man was there and then Tony and Cap are fighting. And that was so cool. And that's all. And then Black Panther, he shows up. Oh, he was super awesome. That's all we were talking about. It was fun. It was enjoyable. It brought people together. And, I say the woke mind virus is sick, and I say it's sick because only a sick mind sees all of that and says there's something wrong. We need to explain to them why there's not enough representation. It's like, dude, you've got people of all different walks of life having fun together. Your job is done. Go home. Your job is done. Like, go home and enjoy what you've created. No, that's never enough for them because it's not actually about bringing people together. They're actually, you'll notice something about the wokies. They're never more angry than when we're happy. Have you noticed that? And I'm not saying happy that they're losing, happy about like Godzilla Minus One is pissing them off. There are wokies out there that are pissed about Godzilla Minus One. Why? Who knows? But I'm telling you, it's when people are happy, not talking about race, not talking about sexuality, not talking about gender, but they are just people of different races, genders, whatever, hanging out with each other. That's when the wokies are the most pissed. They're just having a good time because what their movement is about their unhappiness as people, and that's really the sad thing about it. They're bitter, resentful people. They're in a sick cesspool industry that is full of, just perversion and abuse. It is full of narcissism and psychopathy. And they are projecting that onto fan communities and destroying us. And I did not mean to swerve into that dark topic, but yes, on your point, Melodic, I agree with you. It is quite the pickle to pick between those two. And, the remote Iron Man suits were cool. Yeah, Iron Man 3, what sunk that movie was the Mandarin being a fake actor villain. Like, that was dumb as hell. I just thought that was so stupid. Like, when I saw that first trailer of Iron Man 3 with Ben Kingsley's performance as the Mandarin, I thought that was great. I was like, this sort of idea of like Iron Man has become sort of arrogant in his pride of place as the world's mightiest superhero or whatever he thinks of himself as. And he's privatized world peace and he's come home. And I also like the fact that Tony was a little bit shocked from the events of Avengers and was a little bit shell shocked. That was cool. And then you've got this kind of like grounded terrorist villain who's like there to just like show him his hubris. That's great, folks. Like, I was into that. And then you see the movie and it's like, oh, he's just a dopey actor who's just pretending to be this. Like, that killed it for me. That was on the level of like, even though I liked the movie, The Village where like the monsters just turn out not to be monsters. Like that's the worst thing that's on the level of a Rian Johnson right there, where it's like they subvert expectations. So there you go. Wrangler says, I gotta run. Have a good night. Good night, Wrangler. Thank you for stopping by. Always wonderful to have you. I'm so grateful for all of you, my dear sailors and Starnauts. I love hanging out with you on a Sunday. It's a privilege. It is a privilege. And there he goes. There goes Wrangler. Melodic Methods. I'm having computer issues. I gotta leave and come right back. No problem. Yeah, Horror Stream is in the Rumble chat and says, hi, kids. Hollywood is beyond salvageable. I agree with you. Welcome aboard, Horror Stream. Good to see you over there on the Rumble side. What else we got? Star Fury says, there were busts of Cleopatra and Hannibal, but they still managed to not cast the correct race. Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, I have a problem on many different levels with the woke mind virus. I think it's sick to begin with. There's no reason to race swap characters historically. That's stupid. There's plenty of stories you can tell. There's plenty of time periods Doctor Who can go back to where there are interesting and frankly little known non-white historical characters you can explore. And I would be just as appalled if they race changed a non-white character as I would a white character, because it's about his it's not actually helpful. I don't believe it's helpful to the egalitarian cause of uniting people to lie about history. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a weird, it's bizarre that they are making us the bigots for demanding that they not lie about history. Do you notice that? Like, so big alarms are raised there. So I have a big issue with it, but the main, one of the top of mind critiques of this is that it's hypocritical, because they would never do this to, protect it. They're cherry picking. They're cherry picking when and where they will do this. And specifically, whenever they can stick it to a white or especially male character, that's where they're going to do this. That's where they're going to do this. Now, they do it in more insidious ways to what they would call marginalized characters. Like look what they were going to do to Blade. Look what they were going to do to the Blade character. They were going to make him a passenger in his own film with 4 women, four chicks henpecking him the whole movie. That's what they were going to do. And they were going to be a big old girl boss team of Mary Sue's. And it's like they were chickifying him. They were exactly what they've done to Nick Fury with, one of the most badass characters in the MCU, I would argue, originally. I mean, go watch Winter Soldier. He's freaking boss in that movie. He's awesome. He had one of the best action scenes in the whole damn movie, I thought, when he's trapped in that car and Hydra's coming after him. It was awesome. They've deballed him. They've stripped him of all of his agency of a character. They've put him on an apology tour. They have him sucking face with an alien in the most cringe scene I've ever seen. It's like, and I'm not against, a little bit of Shepard and Liara action. I'm not against some alien situations happening. I'm just telling you that in the context of the show, it's because they want to lecture us about transmission issues. So it's not just that, they're totally happy to be seen doing this to white characters, but they're not just doing this to white characters. They are subtly undermining masculine characters of other races as well. They did, the scene it's a classic example, the scene in Miss Marvel where they take an Asian male character, they put makeup on him, they put him in like a freaking, in like gold tinfoil fairy wings, and they have him singing for his supper as a house husband to Captain Marvel. You know what I'm saying? So it's not, if you think that because you're not white that this isn't going to happen to your characters, trust me. Nothing pisses them off more than a movie like Godzilla Minus One with a male character on a hero's journey, and that being successful like that. I guarantee you it galls these weirdos. It just galls them. They hate it. And well, they should, because Shikishima's story is magnificent. In the words of Mihawk in One Piece, magnificent. Could I find that? I wonder if I could find that. I've got Grizzy shills. Don't let me forget. No, let me try this search. Because we've given it enough time to breathe. We can relive. Yes, we can relive some of these scenes just for the hell of it. Hopefully the stream doesn't get blocked. Let's go. Let's go for it. Share screen. Oh, wait, wrong one. Hang on. Gotta do a reshare here. Stop and present. I wish that StreamYards had an easier way to do this, but they really don't. It's kind of clunky. I'm looking for alternatives to StreamYards, believe you me. Now, here we go. This from the best TV series of the year, One Piece, a series much beloved by yours truly.
What the hell is that? I'm here for a sword fight.
I don't hunt rabbits with a cannon.
Oh my God, that's such a great line. That is so awesome. That is one of my favorite lines of the whole series. I don't hunt rabbits with a cannon. By the way, the snotty British accent is going a long way to making this as awesome as it is.
I'm no rabbit.
That remains to be seen.
God, you want to run, huh?
Hardly. You're strong. But fighting isn't all about strength.
Stop talking.
Dude, I'm pausing it a little because I don't want to get hit, but I'm just saying, like, one of the things I love about this scene too is, first of all, it's the kind of fantastical nature of the fight is in keeping with the tone of the show. But also, this is classic anime. This is like a classic manga kind of battle. It's even though it's kind of silly, he's got this little sword. It's the dialogue that makes it so much fun to watch.
Fight.
You're like a little frog croaking in a well. Croak, croak, croak. Why don't you retreat?
I can't. Or my dream will be lost forever.
Okay, I'm getting a warning, so I can't go much further, but I just want to go to one last little part of this. And it's like after he's soundly beaten, one of my favorite moments in the scene right here.
Swordsman's greatest shit.
Nope, I went too far. Hang on.
Why do you persist?
Wounds on the back are a swordsman's greatest shit.
Magnificent.
There it is. So awesome. I love that line. That's so cool. So cool. What a great show. What a great, that just, what's so funny too about that show is I'm watching this thing and I'm like, this is so bananas. I'm like, I'm not going to like this. This is so weird. But then little things like that would keep happening in the show, and I'm like, that was really good. Then by the end of the show, and then I'm like, and also it's kind of fun returning to this Luffy guy. He makes me happy. Every time Luffy is talking, I feel just a little happier as a human. And I'm like, so I just couldn't resist it. And by the end of it, I'm like, it has a weird way of worming its way in. This show does. So anyway, yeah, that's just like my favorite line. Magnificent. Magnificent. But you know, it's not because it's a cute line and it's super clever. I mean, there's so many elements there. Number one, the actors' performances are awesome. And specifically, the actor is playing Mihawk. Like, he has 100% captured a sort of classic Alexander Dumas, larger than life romantic adventure character, which is just, you know, so brilliant. His performance is just so magnetic in that show. I think you could almost have a spinoff with just that character. He's just that good. But quite aside from that, it's the dramatic tension of what's actually happening. It's the first time Zorro's ever been beaten in the show. It's literally a character that we've already seen is capable of wiping out armies. He's that powerful. We kind of know that there's no way Zorro's going to win, but we're still kind of hoping for it. It's then seeing Zorro turn and face him and accept his death, which it's fantastic. And then the fact that that is what impresses Mihawk is like, here's a man who is so committed to the idea that a swordsman never gives up and never turns his back. He is willing to die for that principle. And Mihawk is so bored by, you know, he fights so many people that are easy to beat. He doesn't give a shit about that. Like, Zorro's easy to beat. That's not a big deal to him. What is a big deal is that this is rare to see a guy literally willing to die for that principle, and that impresses him. And then he wounds him, but he doesn't kill him and says, I'll give you another shot. I'll give you another shot because you impressed me. That's great storytelling, folks. That's great storytelling. So anyway, what else did we have in the chat? See. Redoubt says, if a writer is not willing to portray a historical figure as close to the information we have about them, then why should I take the writers seriously for the rest of their story? I totally agree. You know, there's a very malevolent thing going on in this woke movement to race swap literal historical figures like Cleopatra and Sir Isaac Newton. It's, how can I put this? It demonstrates that they hate art. They're actually, you know, the irony is, right? What is the argument about colonization, imperialism, which, by the way, is a correct argument about colonization and imperialism? It strips people of their cultural identities. It steals their you know, artifact. You know, it's looting and plundering other countries in the worst examples, right? And so that is a reasonable argument against imperialism and colonialism. So what are they actually doing, though, by changing the nature and the history of Sir Isaac Newton? And it's just a silly science fiction story. It's like, first of all, no, it's not. And you know that. You know that. You know what Doctor Who is. You're lying. But even if it were, why are you wanting to do this? Right? You're wanting to take away the actual reality of the history. That tells me that the woke movement actually is seeking to destroy our knowledge of actual European, specifically European, but also in general, history. Folks, that's malevolent. Like, this is a malevolent movement. And I mean that quite seriously. It must be defeated. It will be defeated, and we are defeating it. And we will never bow to it, ever. But there's something malevolent going on when it's like, it's not enough for us to have more stories about, I mean, it's a good thing to have more stories about Indian culture, Japanese culture. I am all for that. I want more of that. Hey, how about some folk tales from Africa? How come you won't make those, Disney? Why not, Disney? Right? But they want to actually remove European history from people's minds. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's something malevolent in that. And the reason why I see through what they're doing is because I love history. And my attitude about history is universal, right? I don't care what culture we're dealing with. I don't care what country it is. I don't care. I want accurate history. I want evidence to be at the leading edge of what we know. And the minute that new evidence comes out that contradicts something we thought we knew about a historical figure, then we should update the record. That's and that to me is what I think generally normal people are interested in, is the actual history, unvarnished, what it is and what it really looked like. It's very bizarre, it's very disturbing, and at its worst, it's very malevolent to me. That these creatives working on Doctor Who and Cleopatra and all these Netflix series, they feel the opposite about history. Think about that, folks. There's something strange about just that even idea. Why aren't these people curious about, why aren't these people interested in exploring real history? Why not? You have a guy, you have this doctor who has a magical, well, not magical, but he has a super advanced interdimensional time traveling ship that he can go anywhere he wants. He can explore history. We can unpack the mysteries of history. Do you know, just think of what you as a fan, right? Where would you go if you had a TARDIS? I know exactly where I would go if I had a TARDIS. So there's a couple places, but I would want to see ancient Rome. I'd want to go back to, I'd go all over the place, but like, that would be one of my first stops, is like, I want to see ancient Rome. You know, like I want to see the signing of the Declaration of Independence. Like there are things I would have wanted to see if I could go back in time with a TARDIS. That's how you and I, normal people, normal nerds, you know, as normal as a nerd can be, let's face it. But you get what I'm saying. Generally sane. Let's call it sane. You know, sane people like you and I, sane nerds. These are the things that get us excited, right? It's like, oh, if I had a TARDIS, I could go here. What would that be like? Well, that requires historical accuracy. That requires historical accuracy, because if you unless it's literally like One Piece, where it is deliberately a fantasy world, and that's a separate thing. But even in fantasy and sci-fi worlds, there's often a desire to explore reality, right? To you know, George R.R. Martin is drawing from real European history in Game of Thrones, for example, Song of Ice and Fire. Why aren't these people like that? Why is it that Andy Pryor, the casting director of Doctor Who, why is he not interested in what Sir Isaac Newton was really like? That should clue you in, A, that these are dumb people. Like, these are fucking dumb people, man. These are not overachievers, intellectually speaking. These are not giants of academia, okay? But number two, there's something really insidious about the way these people think. And they're on the ropes and they're going on the map. That's where they're going. So Andy Pryor, with all due respect, you know, block away on Twitter. You're a loser. You're a loser. Screw you. Anyway, Star Fury says, I want to play Booker T. Washington. Would I be allowed to get boot polish out? Oh, jeez. No, you would not, Star Fury. You would not, sir. And, you know, the other thing, too, is like they wouldn't make a movie about Booker T. Washington, because Booker T. Washington was a man that empowered the African-American community, the Black community in America. I don't honestly think, I typically hear people, never mind. And, you know, you can't even say anything. Anyway, I don't think Black people in America typically like to be called African-American. I've heard, I don't know, I can't speak for them. So I'm just trying to say the most unoffensive thing possible. Your captain is nothing if not equitable and diverse and representative. Now, they wouldn't make a story about Booker T. Washington because he empowered Black Americans in a time of racial discrimination and segregation. He empowered them to become educated, self-sufficient, to build families, and to overcome those challenges. Woke people aren't interested in that. They aren't actually interested in empowerment. Oh, yeah, sure. They're interested in creating fictional girl boss characters. They're super empowered, and they can beat the stuffing out of 5 300-pound men like it's nothing. And they can be in STEM, and that's all fine in the fantasy world. But as soon as it's like the real world, they're not interested. As soon as it's a story about, you know, real women, like real historically minority characters overcoming great odds by their individual, they're not interested in that. So they're not going to make a Booker T. Washington movie. Certainly none of the wokies are. And they should, by the way, because he's a great figure. Great man is Booker T. Washington. The aging Clint Eastwood in Unforgiven. Wow. Oh, that's one of the, maybe the my favorite Western of all time, quite frankly. I love Unforgiven. That is just a great film. That's an all-timer. So good. And such a brilliant the interesting thing about Clint Eastwood's character in Unforgiven is that he also is something of a metaphor for the genre of the Western at the same time, because he represents the classic Western hero, the many-faced hero of the Western, the John Wayne, the Clint Eastwood, the why am I blanking on my other Western fame? But anyway, he represents that character, and he represents that character sort of at the end of his life, which is such an interesting take. And what also is interesting is that movie came out in the early 90s when the Western was pretty much had its day and was pretty much kind of a thing of the past. So it's so interesting that his character mirrors that in the story. It's a great meditation on violence. It's a great meditation on just so many things. I love Unforgiven. That final scene in Unforgiven, it's so good. He just says, like, you better not cut up no more whores, or I'll come back to this town and I'll kill every one of you sons of bitches. What I love about that is that, he's kind of a sort of Hulk almost character, because he is a reformed bad guy. He's basically a reformed bad guy in that movie who has given up violence. He's become a civilized man, and they hire him for one last job. He's got to take it to save his kids, but he's afraid of touching violence again because he knows that violence made him a nightmare. He used to be an alcoholic. He's not anymore. What's so interesting is everyone in that movie, either directly or indirectly, is trying to drag him back into the life he abandoned. They're all trying to drag him back into violence, and he's resisting it. He's fighting it off the whole movie. And then finally, the thing happens to his friend that happens, and that just, he snaps. And he's like, all right. And that scene is so good too. You can see the transformation. He's been eschewing alcohol the whole movie. And then in that moment, when he hears what they did to his friend, he starts to pick up the whiskey bottle and he just starts drinking. And it's like, and the monster comes back. And what's so great is you see the look on the faces of everyone in that town at the evil that they've unleashed, unwittingly or wittingly. And none of them are too happy about it. Even the people that hired him are afraid of him. It's so good. It's so great. Great point, Starfire. Eh? Melodic Method says it's not a theory about aliens building the pyramids. It's the idea. Well, I'm talking about Ancient Aliens, if you used to watch that show, but it's the idea that human culture is much, much older than is currently accepted by academia. Right. I wasn't referring to Graham Hancock's theories. I was referring to, dude, the Ancient Aliens guys. They're like literally a spaceship came down and just beamed all those pyramids. They like, anti-gravity beams, put all the blocks in place. I'm talking about those kind of theories. And those kind of bothered me. Because frankly, I just think that the ancients, we got a lot of nerve thinking that our ancestors were idiots when we're the ones making movies. We're making 24/7 cat flirkin streams. Okay. We got a lot of nerve to look back at our ancestors. Oh, you were too stupid. To build the pyramids. Now, aliens did it. Now, back to my cat video. I bet you pharaohs wish you had cat video. Well, actually, they did worship cats, so they may have. But no, I do, dude. What is Ancient Apocalypse on Netflix? Graham Hancock. I think that's brilliant. Am I willing to say he's right about everything? I don't know, but I think he's got. Honestly, in an actual fair and scientific and empirical academia, if we had an honest and unbiased academia, they would have to take a look at his theories. They would have to. And so I do think he's got evidence of more than enough to actually open the investigation, is kind of what I'm saying. So, and I'm intrigued. I'm super intrigued by his theories. I think they're really cool. And they do seem fairly evidence-based. I may not always agree with his conclusion, but I'm certainly open to it because I just think he's uncovered a lot of interesting questions that are not well answered by the facts that we have. Star Fury says the ancients knew their technology and used it to the fullest. They unfortunately didn't record everything they knew by a method that would survive the ages. They were at least as intelligent as us. Well, you know, the Romans, the interesting thing is there's a great lecture series in the Great Courses about ancient Rome. And the professor who does the lecture series, you can find these on Audible, by the way, they're fantastic. 20-hour lecture series. And the professor at the end of the series kind of tackles like, when did the Roman Empire fall, right? And the most conventional definition of when the Roman Empire fell is when the Visigoths sacked Rome, and that was that. But he actually kind of talks about how it's actually not quite that easy to define, because technically what happened next was, over hundreds of years, you had the Byzantine Empire develop, which was really the continuation of the Roman Empire, with its headquarters in Constantinople instead of Rome. And then that continued for many hundreds of years. But then Constantinople was sacked, and that was the end of the Roman Empire, some academics would argue. But that's not exactly true, because many of the Roman traditions persisted into medieval Rome. A lot of the Roman roads and infrastructure and aqueducts, some aqueducts are still being used to this day. Okay. The Roman aqueducts were ancient when Rome fell. And then he says, now, if you even look at like the structure of modern governments, the United States government is very much modeled on the Roman Republic. The Senate, obviously, even the word emperor is a distinctly Roman term, which comes from the word imperator, which was the Roman term for emperor. That was an original term that the Romans coined to describe what they created. Much of the symbolism of Rome is repeated throughout Western civilization. Eagles, for example, are a very common symbol. That was a symbol, a distinctly Roman symbol. So you could even argue that Rome never fell. It just persisted into new forms. And I just find that all very fascinating. I find that very fascinating. What was my point with that originally? I don't know. So I don't remember. But yes, there we have it. Now I have Grizzy shills for you. I have Grizzy shill. I would never leave you without some funny for your, and Grizzy, you know, honestly, if you stumble upon my stream ever, I am so grateful for your service to humanity. The link is in the description. Hat tip, Grizzy. Let's just roll this one without a setup. What do you say? What do you say? Let's just have some fun. I haven't seen this. I don't know what we're in for. I saw like the first 5 seconds and I was like, oh, I'm bookmarking this one for the stream.
I don't know. I think the state of the MCU is overall good.
Ladies and gentlemen, they are back. Hit the intro. So a lot of you guys have been asking me in the comments, where the fuck are the soy boys? Well, they, over the past several months, have been on strike with the writers and actors.
Oh my God, no. Oh, you're freaking kidding me. Oh, this is so cringe. Oh.
That we are fully in support of SAG-AFTRA and the WGA members who are currently striking.
SAGs! Individuals who are
Cartman said it. Cartman's words, not mine.
millionaires and don't give a single solitary shit about people like you, by the way.
Agreed.
Standing in solidarity with them, going on a, I guess, kind of a strike ourselves. We are not going to be covering any.
I just noticed it. I didn't even notice it. He's got soy number 1, soy number 2. Oh, that's so good. Soy number 1, soy number 2, soy number 3. You know, I can't even tell you how freaking stupid this is. Oh, all these, you know, we're going to be on strike with Ben Affleck and Rachel Zegler, because we believe in equal rights. You guys, they don't know who you are. They don't care. You are losers. You know what? They would campaign to demonetize your channels if you said one thing that crossed them. One thing. And they would be happy to do it. They would ruin you. They would ruin everything you have. They would dox. They would do anything if you just crossed one thing. So like the idea of these more, people that are like, we YouTubers need to unionize. It's like, oh, fuck that. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding? Like, I don't want, I am on YouTube because I don't want to be in the group. I don't want to be part of the hive mind. I despise and loathe the hive mind. I want to do what the captain wants to do. This is an independent ship, and we go where the ship decides to go. So, yes.
Struck studio work.
Even though they are not affiliated with SAG-AFTRA whatsoever, they decided to go brown nose a bunch of Hollywood elites and deny their viewers content.
Not a great plan.
So now that you're finally back, soy number 1, tell us, who was your favorite new character introduced in Marvel Phase 4?
My favorite introduction in Phase 4, and I understand people hate this for valid reasons and for invalid reasons, She-Hulk.
You know, you would think that most fans of the current MCU would just want to forget that She-Hulk exists, call it a mulligan or whatever. But there are people that actively praise and defend it.
You could also just make a She-Hulk movie and call it The Hulks.
I know.
And it's both.
I'd love that.
That is the dumbest idea you've ever had. You have had some doozy.
Blood pressure.
Did you catch what he just said? He just said, you know what they could do? They could do a She-Hulk with the Hulk and call it the Hulk. Because the Marvels work so well, moron. Because the Marvels were lowest performing film in MCU history. And you're telling him, I got an idea. Let's do the Hulks. Like, dude, that's what I'm talking about. These are like, this is the same level of like, let's call it adaptive learning. There are chatbots that are smarter than these people. Roll tape.
Soy number 2, why did you block me on Twitter?
Pussy.
Soy number 3 in the Barbie hoodie, what did you think of the Marvels?
I'm in the boat where I absolutely loved the Marvels.
Of course you do.
Because it did a lot of things for me where I didn't come in expecting.
You didn't come in expecting a good movie, so you were pleasantly surprised by it. I've heard this defense a million times.
I'm going to be very honest. I went in believing the reviews, and I'm just like, oh, this is going to be bad. Like,
it was the worst Marvel movie ever, and that is not an exaggeration.
Oh my God. And then the moment like Iman Vellani came on the screen, I was just like,
I got an erection.
These grown men's obsession with Iman Vellani is truly disturbing to me.
Iman Vellani flipped me on all these characters. I'm like, I love all these characters.
You
now.
like her? Literally, msheu cheerleaders. If it's a strong woman, it needs to be pushed. It needs to be shoved down the fans' throats. I mean, where else have you heard someone suggest resurrecting Jane Foster, for example?
No, I would love to see him and his daughter, Thor and his daughter. I'd love to see Heimdall and Jane Foster and the other Asgardians resurrected. Or what are we doing?
Yeah, just bring everybody the fuck back. You know, death means nothing. You have the multiverse. Just bring everyone the fuck back.
Here's the thing. Multiverse theory's a bitch.
When people go, oh, Marvel effed up, I hope they learn from this. Look at the shift from Thor 2 to Thor 3.
Right.
They learned a lesson. Thor 2 came out and they went, this didn't hit. And so they took a big
4 years,
swing.
they flipped it around.
Oh, folks. This is a level of delusion that is so sad and so pathetic. I just don't even. They still think, but you know what's so interesting about this dumb argument that they're making here is like they're saying, people say it sucks that it's so bad, but look at how much better it's going to get because they learned their lesson. So you're admitting it's bad. You're admitting it's garbage. Like they're oh no, it's very good. It's very good and very solid. And Iman Vellani was my favorite part. And it was very good and very solid. It was not bad at all. But also the fact that it was bad is good news because they've learned from what's bad before and they've made it good. So it's going to be good again. It's like you don't believe anything you're saying, do you? Like you don't believe a word of it. They're so pathetic. Yes. Roll tape. I mean, it's not like, of course, she couldn't make the rest of the film better, but I will say Iman Vellani, she's the only good part. Again, that doesn't actually say anything about the film because there's no story. She doesn't really belong as the main character. She doesn't have that kind of pull. So yes, the only small agreement I have is that she was not the worst part of the movie.
They took a big swing.
Yeah. Yeah, and what did they do from Thor 3 to Thor 4? Soy number 1. They went full msheu, which these guys are 100% on board with.
Pathetic.
Good to have you back, boys. And it's safe to say we will continue to rip on you as the msheu unfolds.
That's a stunning image. Dude, is that all of them? Dude, that's all of them. That is the whole msheu. Dude, this is the msheu. Now, there's a few in here that are pretty awesome. Kobe Smolder, she was cool as an agent. Yeah, it was cool. I like Mantis. She's cool. I like Gamora. You know, but it's like, but seeing this tapestry put together and to know that like, but also this is without, where are all the men? Where are all the men? I came to see men. Says that TikToker about Wakanda Forever. She was really bad. She was like, where are all the men?
Thanks for watching. And if you enjoyed the video, please like and subscribe.
Thank you, Grizzy. A warrior poet is Grizzy. The link is in the description. Performing a service to humanity by alerting us to the presence of the presence of soy in our midst. Dude, no, that's my favorite part of the video because I'm sort of looking at the three. Then I noticed they've got the name tags. Soy number 1, soy number 2, soy number 3. Those are the funniest videos on YouTube right now. I just, you know, this is a quality we do not share with the insane wokies, right? Just the crazy radical wackos. We don't have this in common with them, which is we are curious about the way they think. I mean, at least speaking for myself, I am always curious, and I mean this always. I am always curious about if someone thinks differently than me. I'm curious why they think that way. In fact, the more differently they think than me, the more curious I am about why they think that way. And it's a gift and a curse because sometimes it means I'm staring into the abyss sometimes, you know what I mean? And when you stare into the abyss gazes back into you. So, and that's a bit of a risk, but I am curious. Like when I hear someone say, I love the Marvels, it was great. I'm naturally curious. I'm like, why do you think that? Like, you know, they aren't like that though. They're not curious what we think. Like when we say something like, oh, this film's woke, it sucks. They never wonder to themselves, why do they think that? Why do they not like wokeness? It's great. Why don't they like wokeness? Everybody should like wokeness because it's fair and it's equitable and there's representation and all the marginalized people who can't help themselves and they're helpless and they need our help. We're lifting them up and giving them purpose in life, which they wouldn't have without us. Why don't they like that? It's so in other words, what I'm saying is they're uncurious. They're not curious people. They don't really think deeply about things. That's why they lie about everything that we say in our corner of the internet. They misrepresent all of our positions, either because in the worst cases of like the corporate toadies, you know, it's deliberate. They're deliberately lying. The Access Media, they're giving us a straw man position we don't have so they can knock it down. But in the case of the shills that are a little more harmless, you know, the great, let's just maybe the Grace Randolphs of the world, they're not curious about why we actually think the way that we think. you know, and this is why they're bad at writing science fiction. This is why they're bad at writing fantasy, because science fiction and fantasy are genres for people, and comic books too, superhero comics. These are genres for people who are curious. They're genres for people who are curious about things, right? What would it be like if I met a time traveling doctor who could take me anywhere in history, past, present, or future? What if I had a chance to talk to the real Isaac Newton, who was English, was an Englishman. What if I had a chance to talk to the real Isaac Newton? What would that be like? That's how a science fiction fan thinks. Okay. What if someone went back in time and killed baby, bad guy in World War II, for example? What if there was an alien invasion and we weren't ready for it? What would that be like? What if there were a fantasy world in which there were all these houses fighting each other, and it was very similar to the War of the Roses, except it was more violent and more bloody, and there was a race of zombies called the White Walkers? What would that be like? We are curious people. What would it really, how could we make it? No. What would it really be like if a giant upright walking lizard with blue fire breath attacked Tokyo? What would that be like? Like, we are the curious ones. It's why we have more fun. It's why we're better at memeing on them than they are. It's why we can take a joke and they can't. Because we're curious, we're interested, and we understand them in a way that they don't understand us and are unwilling to understand us. As my point. And I find that interesting. It is their weakness and our advantage. We're the curious. We are that, it's so bizarre. This race swap of Isaac Newton is the perfect example of this, because I'm like, they're such dumb people. Their narrative about why that offends me is that I believe Isaac Newton was white, and I want to see a white man as a great scientist. And that's their stupid, twisted view of why I object to this. But the real reason I object to it is that I am curious what it would be like to actually talk to Isaac Newton, the real Isaac Newton. Therefore, in order for me to experience that, even as a fictional story, cough button. Even as a fictional story, it needs to be grounded and lifelike for me to suspend disbelief and to buy into that. But they don't think that way. These woke weirdos creating this shit, they're not curious about what it would be like to talk to Isaac Newton. They're not curious about what that conversation would, or what was Isaac Newton really like. They don't want to know. They don't care. And so in their bizarre, but they are curious how much it might piss us off if they deliberately cast someone whose skin color that they are specifically searching out. If they specifically cast someone with the wrong skin color for the ancestry that this historical figure was, they're curious how mad that would make us. Folks, I don't need to justify myself to people like that. Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't need to justify myself to people who think that way. So, nor do you, my dear viewers. Never feel like you need to justify yourselves to these people. Now, do we engage them? Do we argue with them? Do we dismantle their arguments with surgical precision? Of course we do, because it pleases us to do it. And frankly, it's not that hard. And we had some time on our hands. But is it because we owe them anything? No. Is it because we owe them an explanation for their insane their racism that they're projecting on us? Do we owe them an explanation or a defense? No, we don't. What we owe them is a swift kick in the nuts of every intellectual property they've ruined, and that's just what they're gonna get. That's just what they're gonna get. So, soy number 1, soy number 2, soy number 3. Screw you. The captain is. He's gone mad, folks. He's gone mad. What else we got in the chat? Anything else? Have I piqued any interest anywhere? Oh, yes, melodic. That's insulting to the Three Stooges. I agree with you, melodic method. It's pretty bad. for this, but I got to tell you that killed me. I saw that just killed me. That was so funny. Redoubt says one of the saddest things to happen this year was the end of the writers actor strike. Oh, you are telling me that's some of the most peace and like just the world was healing. The world was healing, you know. It's like how during the lockdowns, you know, the canals in Venice suddenly became clear. Like they became clear and beautiful, and all this wildlife was swimming up the canals. It's like that's kind of what it was like when all the garbage spewing out of these people, these Hollywood scumbags. Like when all that went away for a while, it was like, oh, wow, this is sure nice. It just goes to show we wouldn't miss them. You know, if all of the Hollywood studios just vanished and went out of business overnight, and we went 3 years without their movies, we wouldn't miss them. We would build new things. We would, and it's kind of just happening anyway. It's just happening anyway. You know, the world art abhors a vacuum. Star Fury says, "I'm so happy now, soy." Yeah, the soy boys are back. A dash of J. Jonah Jameson does the soul good, says Redoubt. Melodic says, I'd love it if they brought back Heimdall and he was pissed and shamed because his sacrifice would then be meaningless. Yeah, exactly. You know, I think Endgame should have been where it ended. It really should have been. Because if you're going to kill off Heimdall, you're going to kill off Loki, you're going to kill off Iron Man. I mean, really, if you're going to kill off Iron Man and get rid of Cap, it's over. It's over, folks. It's over. We're screwed. No. But it is weird. You know, there's an odd trope in these superhero movies with DC and Marvel now. It's like they, on the one hand, they kill off characters when there's a perfectly plausible way to have a fun, inspiring movie where there are stakes, there's high stakes, but they survive and they continue. On the other hand, they come up with wacky, stupid ways of bringing them back, like multiverses and just garbage like that, when it's not even beneficial to the drama to bring them back. So it's like, dude, if you just wanted to shoehorn them back into the story, why'd you kill them off in the first place, you dimwits? Like, dumb people, folks. That's my point. That's my point. Star Fury says, it's not delusion. They are just lying. Maybe. I can't claim to know the mind of all of them, you know, like the shills. You're probably right. In my view, I just look, I don't like thinking the worst of people. I really don't. I always want to think the best of people. But you know, we've been under attack. Like we've been under attack. Let me put it this way. Warhammer Fantasy and Warhammer 40,000, these Tumblr weirdos, this game is none of their business. It's none of their business. Why are they sticking their nose in? Dungeons and Dragons is none of their business. Now, am I saying that they shouldn't play it or they shouldn't be welcome to play it or any of that? No. What I'm saying is they don't like it. They don't want to play it. They think it's stupid. It's for weird neckbeardy nerds. They hate it. It's none of their business then. It's none of their business. Just like it's none of my business what they're doing in their pup masks over there on Tumblr. So that's none of my business. And I'm fine with that arrangement. They're the ones that aren't fine with that arrangement. That's my point. Now, if they think that the grim darkness of the 401st century, and that might be the wrong number, but anyway, is amazing and awesome and glory be to the Emperor of Man, well, then they're welcome. Pull up a chair. I'm happy to have them there. But that's not who we're dealing with. We're dealing with people who hate Star Trek. They hate Doctor Who. They hate Star Wars. They hate the Wheel of Time. They hate Lord of the Rings. Oh, they hate, folks, never let them lie to you about this. They fucking hate the Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings. They hate it. Dude, I remember this. When those movies came out, I heard this narrative about, gee, there's just one thing I've noticed about these Lord of the Rings movies. How come it's all white? There's a lot of white people in that Hobbit village. They were talking about it. There were rumblings of this back then. Now you just couldn't even make it. You just couldn't even make Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings now. But at that time, there were Saturday Night Live skits about it. Now, I happen to think making fun of it is fine. Like, that's a great way to come at it. There was a Saturday Night Live skit at the time, I think, and it was called Lord of the Rings in the Hood or something. And it was basically, it was like, maybe Dave Chappelle did it. I don't know, but it was making fun of that like, yeah, this is a white people movie, and it's jokingly so, but there were also the media people that were out there saying this is a problem. That's the problem. Yeah, Europeans aren't allowed to have lore. Europeans aren't allowed to have historical heritage. They're not allowed to celebrate their culture. They're not allowed to be proud of their history. They're not allowed to have an accurate portrayal of their history either. They're really not even allowed to have opinions on much of anything except each other. And even then, they got to be careful, because having too positive of an opinion of each other is problematic. And so it's, there you go. Readout Production says, and then Thor 3 gave us Thor 4, and now we're screwed. Exactly. Iman Vellani was a polished turd. Still a turd, though. Well, what I would say, I mean, yeah, it's like she's a sidekick character. She's not that interesting. Under no circumstances would her presence in the movie have sold me on it. And under no circumstances would that make me interested in Ms. Marvel. In my view, she's a teenage wish fulfillment character, mostly appealing to girls. I'm not being chauvinistic about it. I'm very open to being surprised by a character being good. I'm just saying it ain't my thing. I'm not nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying that ain't my thing. Okay. Yeah. So that's me saying something nice about a movie that's complete hot garbage, which is a very different thing than what the three soys are saying, which is, oh my God, she was so great in it. It's like, okay, well, let's put things in perspective. She is a sidekick character. She's mostly there for comic relief. But let us not lose sight of the fact that Ms. Marvel in that movie, just like every other character in that movie, had no story arc. I'm going to tell you, like, the one kind of thing that Ms. Marvel does in that movie that was something almost resembling a story was when they're evacuating the Skrull planet. And all these people are going to die. And Ms. Marvel is trying, like, kind of like what a superhero would do, is trying to save them. By the way, these dumb shills could never cite an example like this for you, because they never have examples. They're just like, oh, it's very good. And I don't want people being so mean. But anyway, so there's an example of Ms. Marvel doing something sort of heroic. And it opens up an opportunity in the film for her to have an actual kind of a story, which is, Captain Marvel says, no, we can't save them all. We got to go. It's too late. Let them go. And now Ms. Marvel, who admires Captain Marvel, is in the position of now having to be possibly conflicted about this very, pedestal that she's put Captain Marvel on as this great hero. And it's like, now the reality is something different. She's willing to let people die. She's cynical. What does that say? Are we really heroes? Is she really a hero? Those are all really interesting questions that could have created a great story arc for both Captain Marvel and Ms. Marvel. Well, a good B plot story arc, let's say, that went absolutely nowhere. So let us not lose sight of the fact that when I compliment Ms. Marvel and Iman Vellani, who's been a class act online to a point, what I am saying is, wow, these people are so fucking stupid. They can't even understand that they had at least some potential here. They can't even understand what to do with a character that has potential, like Ms. Marvel had, which shocked me, frankly, because, like, of all the characters in the MCU, I never wanted a story about. It was Ms. Marvel would definitely be at pretty much the top of the list. I would say I would say Monica Rambeau is probably even lower on the list than Ms. Marvel. Who wants that? It's like, she walked through a shield and was positively affirmed and now has light. She could see light, folks. She could see light. That was a line in the movie. You can manipulate light and I can see light. That's good for you. Don't forget to drink your juice. It's got to hydrate. Redoubt Production says, unless it comes in a Kikoman bottle, avoid soy at all. Oh, dude, that is the only appropriate use of soy. I would agree with you. Star Fury says, heat up the wok. I'm ready to fry some tofu. Oh, what has happened? Who has gotten a hold of Star Fury's been hacked, folks? His account's been hacked. Something is wrong with Star Fury. You might run afoul of being demoted from Master Gunner, Star Fury. I expect a certain belligerence of you. Star Fury is the most naturally pugnacious member of the chat so far. I want maybe one day someone will give him some competition. We'll see. There is a phrase in one of the books. What's the name of the book? It's called The Pirate Coast, I believe, which is a book about the Barbary Wars, which is one of my research materials for my own novel, Blood and Oak, which is available now. Links in the description. And there's a line in that I really loved, and it became sort of a thematic element of my novels, which is the author was talking about the unusual response Americans had to the Barbary War, which was to fight them rather than pay them off, which was what, Britain, the Netherlands, France, that's what all those countries were doing. They were just paying them bribes, and occasionally they would flex their muscle, but most of the time it was easier just to pay them off. And so the question that the author is pondering in that part of the book is, what explains this? Well, there is natural American pugnacity, but I just loved that phrase, natural American pugnacity. I was like, yes, that is the thematic element I'm going to weave into my story, Blood and Oak. Natural American pugnacity. We're losing that, folks. We are losing our natural American pugnacity. It's turning into natural American soy, and that's really disturbing to me. Really disturbing. Hey, one last clip for you before we wrap it up for tonight. Because we've had a barn burner. We have had a barn burner, folks. But as I mentioned at the top of the show, the NPC patch has gone out. It has gone out. It is now there is now approval for gentle, careful, ever so gentle criticism of wokeness in the mainstream. Okay, now don't get crazy with it. Don't touch that wire, but you can softly criticize wokeness. And so this was a thing which occurred on Saturday Night Live. Just thought I'd show it to you. Adam Driver, where is it?
Okay, I was just to say, now it's part of the ritual. I didn't kill Han Solo. Wokeness killed Han Solo.
There it is. I found it.
Perfectly with my teeny tiny micro penis.
So he's basically doing his Christmas wish. Oops. Now he got laughs, but they didn't clap for that one. They were clapping for the other ones, but they're like, no, wait. Are we allowed to like that? We don't like that. So anyway, there you go. The NPC update is in, folks. You can now gently criticize wokeness if you are Adam Driver, and just don't get carried away. Don't get carried away, Adam. Just chill. Anyway. All right. Well, my dear sailors and starnuts, I've had so much fun with you tonight. We've had a good one. It's been kind of a slow news week, actually. So nice to have some fun with you. Well, until next time, my dear sailors and starnuts, let's make it a great week. Go see Star Fury. You are this close to being able to see Godzilla. I think it's let me pull this up real quick. Godzilla Minus One release date UK. I have it in my December 15th. T-minus 5 days, Star Fury. So there you go. So the captain has, I will abstain from more commentary until you have seen it. So in any case, it was so good seeing you all. As always, I am so honored to have you all here. I'm so appreciative. You're my motivation every Sunday. I'm like, Captain has got work to do. And there it is. And so another journey ends, another begins, another illustrious week. And I'm thinking for the holidays, I might do a special pre-Christmas stream where we talk about Lord of the Rings. So I'm thinking about doing a Peter Jackson rewatch of Lord of the Rings. So if you're interested or if you have some other ideas, let me know in the Discord. The link is in the description. And we'll do something Christmassy. And hey, if you celebrate Hanukkah or Kwanzaa, you're welcome to pull up a chair as well. There's we are nothing here if not inclusive and diverse. And so this is Captain Garrett saying, until next time, my dear sailors and starnauts, until the next voyage, I will see you out there.